Talk to me, Johnny.
Yeah, thanks. A pleasant good morning to all the viewers out there. As you mentioned, yet another day of cricket. Hopefully today we could have a good outing. today should be an exciting encounter between these two scenes. I believe that both teams have both capabilities in batting and bowling. Based on the report that you gave there, we know St. Vincent has the capabilities with the bat as well as the ball. St. Lucia had a dominating display yesterday over Grenada, so you know the batters for St. Lucia will be confident coming up against St. Vincent today. And battling today against the St. Lucia team, we have the St. Vincent women, Jafina Joseph. I'll continue after this delivery. Away with delivery outside leg. Tire signaling wide there. Okay, continuing with the team, we have Cordelia Jack, Kimon Homer, Janelia Glasgow, the captain, Naisha Durant, Chanel Mackay, Tracy Brown, Le Boucher, Danella Chris, Cheyenne Games, Delita Bentic. Yeah, a good start there from the skipper Janelia Glasgow. You could see she's getting that lateral movement. Yesterday we spoke about the ball moving away from the right-handers from the media center, and she's exactly continuing that motion. Yeah, in both teams today we have a bit of experience, youth and experience coming into the fore. We have both Zeta James and Janelia Glasgow being able to represent West Indies at the highest level, so it should be an exciting encounter between the two teams. Yeah, I mean, when you have players in top form, we mentioned always having a good start at the beginning of a tournament. Cordell Jack was able to get a half century yesterday, so I mean, St. Vincent would expect highly of her. But so far, a good start there from the skipper Glasgow, being able to keep the batters playing. Despite that wayward delivery down the leg side, she's really on the money right away. It's a good sight to see that St. Vincent management is entrusting a young player with the captaincy. We know Janelia is still under 19, so St. Vincent going the right way, allowing her to take up the mantle and learn from this experience, especially captaining the senior women's team. I know there might be a lot of ladies there older than her, but as the day goes on, we'll see what she makes as a captain. Yeah, relatively quiet start there by St. Lucia. Yesterday, the same kind of start where the field was moving away from the right hander. We had a couple of plays and misses, but they were able to settle down and get a good total. So a lot lies on the shoulder of skipper Malika Edwards and opener Namaya Masler, because both of them had good starts yesterday. Hopefully the coach is expecting that they can carry on that momentum today. comes in and first delivery, a very emphatic appeal, but that delivery hitting the inside edge of Malika Edwards' bat and going on to the pad. But you could hear the excitement out there. St. Vincent team looks like a more uniform fielding unit. You could see there's a mix of younger and more experienced ladies out there, and hopefully they can come together and pose a challenge to the St. Lucia team. Byron continuing from the pavilion end, coming into skipper Malika Edwards. A full delivery down the leg side, a good take by the wicketkeeper, moving across swiftly and collecting this one one-handedly. So a good start there by the wicketkeeper in contrast to what we saw yesterday. We see a chance being created there early on in the innings. Malika chipping this one but carrying just short of the middle fielder. A bit of confusion out there in between the running Malika almost rehearsing the correct shot, and Maya Masli was almost pelting on the wicket, but nonetheless all well, everything is well. Malika continues and Byron is at the top of a mark. Comes in again to skipper Malika Edwards. This time a short delivery on leg stump. Malika looking to flick this one over square leg, and umpire Leo Amede looks like shakes his head as he gets a valiant appeal there from the St. Vincent fielders. Comes in again. Malika playing a flashy drive but only succeeding in getting an inside edge. Nonetheless, a good over there by Brian. So you see a good start from the St. Vincent bowlers, really keeping the St. Vincent batters on the cards and not giving any free deliveries.
Yes, certainly a good start to the innings for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, only conceding 3 runs so far. And from all indication, from what we can see, nothing has come off the bat yet in terms of runs. The 3 runs on the board, they've all been extras.
Yeah, and that just goes to the quality of the bowling so far. We see both bowlers running in hard and trying to get a consistent line and length. So posing a challenge so far for the St. Lucia batters, but I mean yesterday they had a relatively quiet start and were able to build on following the rest of the overs. We have the skipper Glasgow continuing from the media centre end. She's getting that ball to move away from Marcel. A lazy shot outside of stump, just flashing the bat at it, going through the wicket keeper, but she survives.
Certainly good bowling there by Glasgow. Good carry through to the keeper. Certainly using the overcast condition and whatever little green tinge of green that is on the surface as well.
Yeah, the boxers usually always figures the bowlers up front. I mean, yesterday before I left, I saw the ground start giving it a bit of water, so there might be a bit of moisture just rolling underneath the surface, offering something up for the bowlers. And at the moment, General Glasgow is executing that well. full delivery there from Glasgow and Maya. Driving this one, only succeeding in getting that one to extra cover. No runs there on offer. So the tight bowling continues.
Certainly, Glasgow is right on the money very early this morning. St. Lucia just have to perhaps see off this initial burst from Glasgow. So certainly the openers, they have the work cut out for them this morning. Not the sort of freebies that they were served with very early yesterday morning by some of the Grenada bowlers. So they are going to be working hard today for their runs, especially in the initial stage of the innings.
A relatively similar start to the innings as we saw yesterday. We saw a couple of balls beating the bat of the right-hander. Malika not able to time the ball as well as she did throughout the innings at the start. But I guess both batters riding the back of that confidence after such brilliant knocks yesterday.
Yes, certainly. Both getting a half century. Ooh, trouble.
And then we see the running, and the relatively suicidal running continues. And that ball just going straight to the point field. A slight misfield, and Malika and Maya saw opportunity for a single, but a better throw would have seen Malika walking back to the dressing room.
Most certainly, the suicidal running between these two continues, although they say fortune favors the brave. But the end of another good over there by Captain Janela Glasgow, just conceding 1 run. So far, 3 overs have been bowled, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines really keeping a tight rein on the scoring of St. Lucia. Just 1 run coming off the bat, that of Naima Masley. The captain, Edward, yet to get off the mark. So good tight stuff there by St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
That's exactly what you'd expect to see after the results of that game yesterday. And basically only bowling out the Dominican team for 109 after posting a mammoth total of 351. 128, sorry, after posting a mammoth total of 351. You would expect to see the quality of bowling on display this morning.
Judging from what we have seen in the past, the last time the tournament was held here in 2019, St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were the 2 stronger teams, and they were the 2 most balanced teams. So I do expect that's where you will have the stiffer competition coming from.
Based on the 3 teams that we have witnessed playing so far, you could tell that St. Lucia and St. Vincent have a more younger crop of players within the setup. Just based on what I'm seeing out there, you can see a lot more younger faces in the St. Vincent team as opposed to the Grenada setup.
Good, powerful drive there through to the covers, and they were able on a misfield to come back for a second. So the aggressive running, one would say, has continued from St. Lucia from yesterday.
Brian continues after getting that drive, goes back of a length and beating the bat of Maya Masley. You could say yesterday that area there was one of her weaker points, and not being able to make contact with as many of the square cuts that she would have liked. And you could see the bowler continuing on that back of the length line too.
Yes, playing and missing on quite a number of occasions yesterday. Again, look like once this delivery just a few inches outside the off stump. She looks to almost like a square drive on the back foot square drive, but unable to make contact.
Yeah, no, I think it's important, especially at the start of the innings, to let a few balls go and wait for the bowlers to get into your area, which is exactly what she did well yesterday. I've been able to accumulate the runs and spend some time at the crease. It's a beautiful square cut there. Finally making contact with that wide delivery outside of stump from Byron and dispatching into the backward point boundary for four. A very demanding shot there. A shot of authority there from young Marcelin.
Well, like they say, foot time lucky. That's the foot time she attempted the shot, and on this occasion, really executed it beautifully, getting on top of the bounce and really playing it to perfection. So, good end to the over for St. Lucia. They move on to 10 without loss. And Marcelin has brought her tally to 7. And Captain Malika Edward yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, we see so far young Marcelin being the more aggressive of the two. And you know exactly what Malika is capable of. She just needs to get set, face a couple more deliveries and get one out of the middle. And I mean, as a batter, that's what you're expecting. Would love to get on in your innings.
So it looks like the Captain Glasgow is going to be continuing from the northern end. Third over. She has bowled so far 2 overs, no maiden, and only conceding 2 runs. Just throwing the bat at this one outside the off stump, no foot movement whatsoever.
We saw yesterday one noticeable thing is that as long as the ball is short and outside of stump, they're not afraid to throw the bat at it. And I mean, more often than not, it misses or they don't get the contact that they needed. But I mean, in these days of cricket, as long as you get a little bit of bat on it, it travels, and we saw exactly that yesterday.
Like they say, certainly not afraid of throwing the kitchen sink at it once it's outside the off stump. Again, full pitch delivery outside the off stump, perhaps rehearsing. So our statistician, Mr. Roland Cox, has just given us some information there as to the ages of some of these players. Now, you know, ladies do not quite like person to mention their names, so the age story. But there are a few senior players there, along with quite a few, as you did indicate, young players. It's a good blend, good mix.
Malika continues a relatively quiet start. I mean, there's 50 overs to play, but that's not exactly what we know of her. Maybe playing a different role today. It would be exciting to see her take her time and really time this innings to perfection. Hopefully getting off to a decent start for the team.
Well, Malika would have played in the Windward setup with the likes of Janella Glasgow, so she would know of her capabilities, and I think they know fairly well who are the more potent bowlers, so to speak, and Janella certainly will be one of those, and I think her aim perhaps is to perhaps see her off the attack. So the end of a maiden over by Glasgow, continuing to lead from the front, leading by example, more so as the captain. Just completed a third over, a maiden over, so 3 overs, 1 maiden, not And she has only considered 2 runs.
Economy of .07. Very good bowling there from Janelia Glasgow, showing her skill and talent with the ball. Really putting the St. Lucia opening pair and a little bit of pressure. She would expect that her opening partner Brian could continue that good work that she's doing from the media center end. But we saw a boundary and a couple of wides being dished out by Brian. Hopefully that her skipper is expecting that she could continue that good work. She starts off with a wide going into her 3rd over. Only conceding 8 runs despite the extras not conceding that many runs off the bat, only that solitary 4 in the previous over. But Brian and Janelia Glasgow being able to apply some pressure to the batters.
Certainly, they have kept things tight so far. Again, Masley missing this one just outside the off stump. Just funny that this one.
They have kept things
Last
tight.
over on her 3rd attempt.
So
She
far.
made contact, so let's see whether there's going to be a similar pattern. 3rd time lucky.
Full delivery outside of them there. Masley throwing the bat at that one and getting an exquisite cover drive through the backward point region yet again. So she's really peppering that backward point region there of the bowling of Brian, and she's doing it excellently so far.
Yes, there certainly was what we would call a buffet delivery. Help yourself. And that she certainly did.
Yeah, so a good start. We see the roles switching today. Masley playing more of the aggressor role with 11 of 18 deliveries, hitting those 2 boundaries. Brian continues. Another shot delivery outside of somewhere. Another exquisite shot there from Masley. That backward point region seems to be a very key area for her. She's getting another boundary there through that region.
Yes, a very productive region there for her. Certainly, she has made contact the last 2 deliveries, 2 consecutive falls through that region, as you did indicate. Although she is playing and misses quite a few occasions, but when she does make contact, she gets maximum results.
Yeah, so Brian just a bit too short outside of some. She was able to beat the bat of Masley on a few occasions with the ball on a good length moving away from the right hander, but just a bit too full at the previous delivery and that one just too short. So Brian struggling to get that consistency within that good range.
Playing and missing this one outside the off stump. And a bit of extra bounce on this occasion. So it's good to see, John, that the ladies are generating a fair bit of pace and also bounce of this track at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Making good use of the conditions so far this morning. We always say that overcast conditions favor the fast bowlers, and there is a bit of swing, especially from Glasgow. But we know most times that the white ball swings but does not swing for too long. So hopefully the bowlers can make good use of the new ball at the start.
So the captain, Edward, still yet to get off the mark. She has faced some 14 deliveries so far. All the scoring has been done off the bat of Naima Masley. And drives this one. Good bit of work there. Looks like the captain, Glasgow, in the extra cover region there. Saving what would have certainly been 4 runs had it gone through.
Yeah, perfectly timed cover drive there. And Janelia putting in the effort to prevent that one from going to the boundary. And one thing to note, we could have seen Masley pelting down the wicket, but a loud call early on from her skipper Malika Edward of no, and she was able to get back to the crease. So you know that communication between the opening pair, it's always crucial.
Well, certainly the number of chances that they took yesterday with the Grenadier team, the same cannot happen today with that St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. You could see it's a much better unit out there. You could see their body language, you could see the way they move and the way they collect the ball. So the ground fielding certainly is much superior than that of the Grenadier team from what we saw yesterday. Glasgow is appealing but has not realized that the keeper has not hold on to the ball. So she's looking disappointed at her wicket keeper.
Very emphatic appeal there.
Turning her back at the keeper, and she was looking at the umpire with that vociferous appeal, asking the umpire, please put up that index finger. Only to turn back and realize the ball is on the ground.
But one thing to note from Glasgow, you could see that the keeper is standing a fair way back. That could indicate that she's generating a good bit of.
Yeah, she's generating some serious space. So far, I think in the fast bowlers that we have seen, one could easily say she's been the quickest so far on display.
And I think the keeper was a rush for a bit of pace there, missing. And you see another outside edge there of the bat of Malaika, and the fielder slip.
Cornell Jack
wasn't able to get down quick enough to prevent that one from going down to the full man boundary. And with that shot there, Malaika finally gets off the mark.
After 16 deliveries. So certainly slow going for the captain, Malaika Edward. But similar pattern yesterday. We saw Masley at one time did the bulk of the scoring, and for a few overs, Malaika took over the scoring. So it was almost like they alternate in terms of the scoring.
Another full delivery there, swinging outside off stump. Glasgow getting that ball right up to the right-handed Masley, and allowing it to move slightly away from the right-hander. That line there, challenging line, not too sure if to leave or play at that one.
Well, like they say, Jad, once it's in the corridor of uncertainty, that's why they call it the corridor of uncertainty. Most times, you know, whether do I play or do I leave? So 20 without loss, St. Lucia. Good start, good quiet start, slow but good going. It's only 6 overs completed so far. So the current rates, they're going at 3 and over.
Beautiful flick shot there from Masley. Timing this one nicely, and you could see the racing across that turtle back outfield there, just trickling to the boundary for 4. Today, there were no showers, so the outfield should be a bit quicker. And as you saw there, the two fielders, they're making a valiant effort, but the ball winning that race. So another boundary there to young Masley.
Yes, Masley has started good positive intent this morning. She looks like she's flowing on both sides of the wicket.
Good delivery, back of a length. Glasgow maybe not happy with that 4. Really bending the back and hitting the good length from the wicket. Masley having to go up to her toes. We haven't seen much of that, but it's good to see exciting fast bowling from the youngster.
Well, typical fast bowlers response. Whether it's male, whether it's female, once you hit them for a boundary, you should expect at least a short delivery, like they say, a chin music. Yeah, so this one was dug in short, and Masley was pretty much equal to the task, really. Caught on top of the bounce, handled it properly. So at the end of over number 7, St. Lucia 24 without loss. Emma Masley on 19, and the captain Malaika Edward on 1. And look like the northern end, there was going to be a change. And it looked like spin is going to be introduced into the attack very early. Cordell Jack could be picking up the attack from the players' pavilion end. Very experienced lady.
Yeah, a good change from the skipper. I think it's important to rotate. We didn't see much of that yesterday in the Grenada innings, introducing spin earlier on in the innings. She realized that Brown was really struggling against Masley. So really using a variety, introducing the off spinner into the attack relatively early into the innings.
So Jack into Edwards. And one of the most successful bowlers yesterday, she had a 5 for 22 against Dominica, and also 85 with the bat. So that would have been the play of the tournament of the match yesterday, and this one was swung by Edward backward square down to the vacant boundary for 4. So immediately Malika seems to be taking a liking to Jack, the slower bowling Jad.
Yeah, so the patience finally paying off for Malika. She's able to get her first boundary after facing 18 deliveries there, but a badly lined ball left from Jack. So you could tell with the field set that she wants to keep attacking the stumps. Good line in length. As you mentioned, she's no slouch with the ball. She got 5 yesterday, so she has the experience, and 2 experienced campaigners going up against one another.
So right back on the money for Jack. Good comeback delivery. Another dot ball. So 28 for the loss. Without loss, sorry. Another full delivery. Perhaps Malika should have done a little better with this delivery with only one fielder out at the long on boundary.
Another badly lined delivery there, but Malika unable to get the gap there, hitting this one straight to the square leg fielder, and a good stop by that fielder there, preventing any runs from being taken. Nonetheless, a relatively inconsistent start there with the ball from Jax. She's dished up a few deliveries outside leg stump, but continues to attack Malika's stumps and getting her forward.
Yes, sort of a mixed bag, one would say. There were a few good deliveries and a few loose ones. One in particular, Malika was able to put away for 4. So at the end of over number 8, St. Lucia, they are 28 without loss. Edward on 5 and Masley on 19. 3.5 is the current run rate. So a relatively quiet start, but good enough start for St. Lucia.
And kudos to the St. Vincent team. We see only 4 extras being bowled so far. 8 overs alone, but we know yesterday there were a mountain of extras dished up by the Grenada team.
Yeah, 54 in the total. Quite a few extras yesterday. And St. Lucia bowled 33. Had 33 extras. So the captain, Jelena Glasgow, into her 5th over. Very economical so far. 4.1 over, 1 maiden, only conceding 7 runs.
Yeah, so the experienced bowlers putting their hand up. We saw yesterday Selena Ross bowling, I think it was
7 overs
7
on the trot.
overs straight. A nice shot there by Masley, just getting on top of that delivery and hitting it past the backward point fielder for just a single. But yeah, we saw Selena Ross bowling 7 overs on the trot yesterday. So the young fast bowlers really putting in the hard yards for their teams.
Certainly. So Glasgow continuing to be impressive. Continuing to bowl tight lanes. Slight hold up in proceeding.
Brilliant bit of field in the extra cover region. Direct hit as well, but there was no run on offer. But a good bit of fielding nonetheless from the St. Vincent fielder there in the inner circle, preventing any runs from being taken on that delivery.
Certainly the St. Vincent and the Grenadines ground fielding looks very impressive so far. Just one fumble we have seen in the field in the 8 overs that has been bowled so certainly a much better display in fielding as opposed to what we saw yesterday with the Grenada team.
Malika would say that she missed out there.
Yes, certainly. There's no one out on the square leg region, so all she needed to do was just get the ball past the inner ring, and once she had made proper contact, she would have gotten 4 valuable runs for her team and herself. But fortunately, Glasgow would say she got away with murder.
Yeah, but that extra pace from Glasgow really going. And you see Malika flashing outside of some, her feet going nowhere, trying to hit this one through extra cover, but unable to make contact. And you see that extra pace from Glasgow really troubling the batters out there. That the first delivery, and the previous delivery, back up a length, hit her into a 5-pad before she got through the shot. Yesterday she was able to dispatch the short deliveries for boundaries, but today she's relatively quiet.
Yes, standing tall on this occasion. They've gone for one, probably thinking of a second. And just a weak throw. 1-run shot by Malika. So the score moves on to 30. Good shot, standing tall and just punching this one through the cover region.
Yeah, a nice shot there from Malika. Not getting the best timing, but being able to place it into the gap. And that's always good for a batter. But costing herself a run there, cardinal sin from any batter, 1-run shot.
Well, at least she cannot be mad at the non-striker for running 1-run shot. She only has to blame herself. So at the end of 9, St. Lucia, they have progressed to 30 without loss, with Edward on 6 and Masley on 20. General Glasgow so far 5 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, no wicket. Tracy Byron 3 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, and the solitary over from Jack that has only cost her 4 runs. So she'll be continuing from the Players Pavilion end.
See Jack's extracting a bit of spin there. That ball turning back in sharply to the right hander. She had a bit of inconsistency against the left hander, but hopefully she can come to the task. She comes in again, another flight. Another full delivery there by Jackson. Malika just content with hitting this one down the ground, too long on for a single. Tally moves on to 7 from 27 deliveries, with only the solitary boundary being hit in the previous Jack's over.
Slow but steady going for the St. Lucia team. It's a 50-over game.
Statistician just indicating to us that after 6 overs, the St. Lucia team was 31. So a relatively slow start, being 32 in the 9.5 overs. But nonetheless, the rotation of strike is important as well. And see Masley just hitting this one down to long one for yet another single.
Yeah, Masley, I think one thing about her is that she's very keen on running. I don't know if it's a case of youthful exuberance, but once she hits that ball, she's always on the go. But it's nice to see because this is one of the weak areas of West Indies cricket. And it's certainly nice to see that she is prepared to run once the runs are available. So they moved on to 43 without loss at the end of over number 10 with Edward on 7 and Masley on 22, and the captain Glasgow is into her 6th over. Certainly she is near the breakthrough, and she thinks she is one of the better person to effect that breakthrough.
A bit of inconsistent bounce there. That one back of a length, just keeping low. The keeper being able to get down quick enough and make a good stop. Good stop there, but the only delivery we see that misbehaved there throughout the 2 games so far. Nonetheless, Glasgow into her 6th over, bowling a relatively economical, unable to get the breakthrough as yet.
Yeah, Glasgow, she's very economical, but one should indicate that perhaps she needs to be attacking the stumps a little more. Too many of those deliveries are just outside the off stump. Perhaps at the higher level, when you get some of those international players, they are really going to make a pay, with those short deliveries outside the off stump. At that level, she may be able to get away with it.
Yeah, she's beating the bat of Masley. A lot of excitement out there, but still no reward. Attacking the stumps as a fast bowler, especially an opening fast bowler, is always important in any format. And as you mentioned, the better batters, the more experienced international players would make you pay for any loose deliveries outside of stump.
Perhaps if those deliveries were pitched in line, there's a strong possibility that he would have gotten an outside edge by now. But those deliveries are pitching outside the off stump and continuing to move away.
And after a few balls beat her bat there, you see Malika Edward just running down to her opening partner to give her a few words of encouragement or advice. These deliveries really not troubling the stumps. I don't think she should be playing at those.
And from what we have seen of Glasgow, to the right-hander, she seems to be able to get the ball to move away, but we have not seen any deliveries really coming back. Shot outside the off stump and getting on top of this one and hitting it through the cover region for 4. So Namaya Masley continuing to be productive out in the middle, very much outscoring the captain. Glasgow on this occasion, shot outside the off stump. Masley getting on top of this one and hitting it through the cover region for another boundary, taking the tally to 47 without loss, and in the process taking her personal tally to 26. So Glasgow on this occasion not finishing well. She's been struck for a second boundary. So Glasgow 6 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs, no wickets. So still a good spell there by General Glasgow.
Yeah, so a relatively contrasting style of batting we saw yesterday. We have Namaya Marsley being the aggressor in the partnership, and Malika just content with staying and rotating the strike. We see a bit of halting in play. The St. Vincent team trying to organize their field position after the first power play has been bowled. So the restrictions has been lifted, and they are allowed to have a bit more protection on the boundary. So you see skipper Janilia Glasgow marshalling her troops. And
well, yesterday, from what our statisticians telling us, St. Lucia had an opening stand of 138 in 23.3 overs. So certainly they would want to better that if possible today. So a century opening stand yesterday was a very good start for them to the tournament.
yeah, I mean, a good opening stand sets the tone for the rest of the innings and the rest of the team, as long as your openers can do well. And you see a swift shot there, poor effort there, and we see a bit of miscommunication there in the batting, but a comedy of errors out there. The fielder on the square leg boundary really not giving her best effort, and 2 runs being taken by the batters after some miscommunication. Both of them were stranded in the middle of the wicket.
Yeah, both of them stranded in the middle of the wicket. The ball was eventually sent to the bowler, who did not collect cleanly, and it resulted an extra run. So as you did indicate, a comedy of errors there, all happening out in the middle.
But a good shot there, a good strong shot there by Malika Edwards, but the size of the boundary really not assisting.
The square leg fielder should have made a better attempt at this. Whether she lost it along the way.
Top edge there by Malika. That sweep shot out again, and they go through for a single. The fielder at square leg comes back, gives a strong throw into the keeper. Good bit of feeling there, but Malika continues to work with that sweep shot we saw yesterday. It providing some form of relief for her against the spinners, and today she's using it again.
Yes, but a bit risky. She has not really gotten on top of the delivery. We saw the first one traveling through the square leg, close to the square leg boundary, and then this last shot attempted was basically a top edge.
So just content in coming forward, killing this one, and fourth after the 12th over. St. Lucia opening batters 40 for no wicket. So a good opening start again there for St. Lucia, approaching the 50 partnership. With Coach Walter Emmanuel would love to get his opening batters another 50 partnership. I mean, as an opening pair, that's exactly what you want to have a consistent stand throughout games.
Certainly a good start again, and looks like there's going to be a bowling change from the northern end. Glasgow had 6 overs on the trot. We yet to identify who is the I think it's Kimon Homer. So Kimon Homer will be replacing her captain, Janela Glasgow, from the northern end.
So we have spin from both ends. Something we did not see yesterday from the Grenada team. I think they only fielded one spinner, but today we have spin from both ends there from the St. Vincent ladies. Relatively good start there from her. Her first ball, second delivery there, short ball outside of somewhere, like unable to get good contact with that one, but a good start there from the off spinner. 2 dot deliveries so far.
Yes, good start to the over there by Homer. Really cramped in Malaika there for room, unable to really free her arms. Yeah, leg spin.
And we see that sweep shot again at top edge, this time falling over the short fang leg fielder. They go through for 1, and I think they should just settle for that single. Malaika really struggling against the spinner today. Not being able to make a clean contact, but she's still at the crease. I mean, being able to be there for long periods of time is important as a batter, but she's really struggling so far in the start of her innings, only accumulating 11 runs off 35 balls.
Yes, certainly soaking up quite a few deliveries today, but with a sweep shot, perhaps not seeing the ball onto the bat.
That one hit down the ground by Marsley. Marsley looking the more confident of the player at the moment. She's been able to put away the bad balls and rotate the strike when necessary.
Yes, Marsley seems to be more impressive of the two today. Has played some really delightful shot through the cover region.
Short delivery there, Malaika looking to play almost a swivel, a pull shot, but umpire cuff, but shakes his head, says no. But a relatively good over there from the young leg spinner, creating a chance at that top edge of Malaika, and the last delivery there, an appeal for LBW, but nonetheless, both batters still out there after the 13th over, the 42 without loss.
Yeah, good start by Homer, only conceding 2 runs, and as you did indicate, also created a chance. Malaika looking for the sweep shot and getting the top edge, but fortunate for her, it did not go to hand. So Cordell Jack is going to be continuing from the southern end, Players Pavilion end.
A good shot there by Marsley, hitting this one to the mid-wicket region, and they go through for a single. So the runs come in relatively easy for Marsley. They're able to get the 1s and the 2s, despite not being able to get boundaries. The strike is still being rotated, and I believe that's what's most important.
Certainly they will not be getting too many freebies, so it's important that they pick up the 1s and 2s whenever they are available. This one beaten outside the off stump. Slow turn.
A bit of intent, I believe, is required there by the skipper Malaika. She is more than capable with the bat, but just hanging that bat outside of stump, not being able to put away the bad balls. And you see another sweep shot falling short of that square leg fielder. She came in swiftly this time, but not being able to cover enough ground to get this one to hand. But that sweep shot again by Malaika.
And on this occasion, I'm just seeing the bowler Cordell Jack has signaled to the fielder to perhaps stay a few yards inside the boundary line, which he has done so presently. So they realize that the ball is not carrying all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we touched on the fact that the square boundaries are much wider than the straight boundaries. So I believe coming maybe 5 or 10 yards off the boundary would create a little bit more chances for the fielding team.
So Jack continuing to keep things tight, not giving away any freebies. tossing this one up, and the bounce really would have helped Masley, because she completely missed this one and it went over the stump.
Yeah, good change of pace there from Jack's, really using her smarts and experience. They're tossing this one up for the young batter. They always say the spinners need to get it over the eye line of the batter to try to induce a fall shot, and that's exactly what she did there. Masley, though she's confident out there trying to play a slog sweep and unable to make contact with that ball.
So St. Lucia continuing to do battle after 14 overs, 44 without loss. Slow going. Edwards on 12, Masley on 28. Short loose delivery there by Homer, and Malaika getting into position very quickly, hitting this one to the backward square region, down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, this time being able to put away that loose delivery there from Homer. A rest side from the off spinner so far. We have hardly seen any bad deliveries, but it's important and good that Malaika was able to put away that ball for a boundary. That might just help her confidence a little bit more.
Very importantly, she got into position very quickly this time around. Wide outside the off stump. Homer would be lucky to have gotten away with this one.
Lovely drive there, and by Malaika, and you hear screaming at a partner for that single. She moves on to 17 with that shot there.
Well, that is one of the features of their batting, the calling between. Normally we could hear her from this distance really loud and clear. Again, suicidal run, just hit the ball straight to the fielder at the point region and just took off. There was never a single, and she was lucky enough the ball was thrown back to the wicket keeper, and she fumbled, and she was able to get back to her crease. So certainly a life been given there to Masley.
Yeah, chance created in the field and unable to be rewarded the fielding team with that there. But young Masley really needs to understand the importance of good running and communication between the wickets. It doesn't matter how quick you are, doesn't matter how agile or athletic you may be, hitting the ball straight to the field and taking a single is always risky in any form of cricket. She was lucky enough to get off the hook there, but I mean, going forward against better teams, that's always a chance, and she may not get lucky the next time.
So Masley lives to fight another day. Comes to the end of Homer's second over. Just conceding 5 runs. So St. Lucia 49 without loss after 15. It looks like it's gonna be a water break.
Yeah, a water break, the first drinks break of the day so far, and I think the St. Vincent team is well within the red ball in 15 overs in the first hour of play. So a good start there by St. Vincent. You could see the energy in the field. There's excitement. The young players are really putting their body on the line and creating the chances there. We saw in that last over before the break, the run out of Masley, which should have been taken, not being able to be affected efficiently, and Masley continues with St. Lucia on 49 without loss after 15 overs. A relatively slow start today, but nonetheless good going by the two batters.
Yes, so they started with St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss and electing to bowl first, and St. Lucia opening the batting with the captain Malaika Edward and Naima Masley. And so far it's been slow going for the captain Edward, who's only gotten 17 of 41 balls and striking 2 fours in the process. And Naima Masle, 28 of 49 deliveries, striking 5 fours in the process. And we have for St. Vincent, the captain, Janella Glasgow, opened the bowling. She bowled 6 overs on the trot, 1 maiden, 13 runs, no wicket. And Tracy Byron, 3 overs, no maiden, 16 runs. And then we had the introduction of spin. Cordell Jack, 4 overs, no maiden, 12 runs. And Homer, who just completed the last over before the drinks break, 2 overs for 7 runs. So after 15 overs, Judd, who would you say have the upper hand or would have had the better of the first hour?
I personally would. I think it's safe to assume that there's been an even contest between both the bat and the ball. The bowlers, the opening bowlers, have been able to keep the ball in a good line and then consistently. Only 4 extras, in contrast to what we saw yesterday so far. But the batters still been able to put away the bad deliveries, rotate the strike when necessary, and able to get up to 49. So just 1 run short of a 50 partnership. And I believe for any batting team that is a victory for them. But still, St. Vincent can keep their shoulders up because they have been restrictive in their bowling.
So it's just simply to say what you're saying, it's even Steven. It's a good battle out there between bat and ball. St. Lucia, after putting up a good score of 293 yesterday for free. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines also 351, and they were able to bowl out St. Dominica for 128. So Jack pretty much right on the money after the resumption of the drinks break.
Yeah, and the St. Vincent bowlers are getting through the overs quickly. And full delivery there by Jackson. I really believe that is a free delivery there. Malika has to show some more intent against those kinds of loose balls. But nonetheless, a dot delivery there by the St. Vincent bowler, Jacks.
Yes, after 15 overs, the captain Malika has been in there long enough that she should take full advantage of some of those loose deliveries.
See yet another flighted delivery. Malika maybe not as confident today as she was yesterday. Just willing to hit this one down the ground and see that this Jack's overthrew. Jack comes again. She pulls out the sweep shot, unable to make a clean contact, and they go through for yet another quick single. A relatively easy single there. A leg by signal by the umpire.
Yes, on this occasion, Jack just straight down the leg side. Surprisingly, that Malika did not pull out the sweep shot. One of the shots she has been favored with this morning in particular. And they have brought up the 50-run partnership in the process.
Good shot there by young Master hitting this one down the ground for a single. But yes, another milestone for these two. A 50-run partnership, well, 51 after the 16th over. A good start there by the two batters. Both of them playing dissimilar roles as to what they did yesterday. And Maya Master being the aggressor, as I mentioned earlier, being able to get 29 runs of 50 ball, hitting 5 fours, and Malika Edwards 17 of 46, so with only 2 fours.
So from the look like there's gonna be another bowling change.
7 Durant. We see more spin being introduced into the attack. So the skipper Genelia Glasgow rotating her bowlers into the attack. We have Naisha Durant wearing the number 7 jersey, bowling from the media center end.
Yeah, first delivery, just a loose one down the leg side. Masley unable to capitalize. Short delivery outside the off stump. Just rocking back and hitting this one through the extra cover region, resulting in 1 run, 52 without loss.
Yeah, Durant, number 47. 47 is number 7, Durant. What you have on the thing?
47 is Byron.
Malaika really fit going nowhere.
Yeah, she's really struggling for timing at the moment. 17 from 48 balls, not being able to hit the ball nicely. But that one, she hits it nicely down the ground to long off. But for Malaika, I don't think that there's too much pressure on her to score runs quickly. I mean, only 17 overs being bowled at the moment. There's more than enough time getting maybe a good over, 15 runs from an over might just raise her confidence. So the more time at the crease, that's what's more important for her, as opposed to scoring the runs rapidly, just occupying the crease as long as they can.
But they also need to take into consideration that they're up against a better batting lineup than what Grenada presented yesterday. So it's still important that St. Lucia needs to get perhaps close to 250 runs. So with only a rate of 3.12, simply means that you're only going to get just a little over 150, perhaps 160, and I don't think that's going to be sufficient enough for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team.
Yeah, I mean, based on the records that we had yesterday, the batting from St. Vincent was excellent, but we also need to take into consideration the venue. The Grizzly being a much smaller ground, the outfield much quicker, not as lush or not as sanded as the bosses who play in field. So there might be more opportunities for boundaries at the Grizzly playing field as opposed to a boss issue.
Yes, most certainly.
And we see the sweep shot out again from Malaika. This time he's in this one all along the carpet to the square leg fielder, and we see the square leg fielder 5 to 10 yards inside, being able to move across swiftly to prevent any more runs from being taken.
Yes, certainly from the last over, I saw Jack did indicate to the square leg fielder to move in at least 10 meters off the boundary. And Jack being very meticulous in her field placement.
And you could see that the experience there coming into play from Jack. She brought the mid off inside the circle, bringing a square leg around a little bit and trying to put more pressure on the younger player, Namaya Masley.
So very slow going by the St. Lucia team. Just 3. And Jack really tossing this one up. Like you said yesterday, Jack perhaps looking to buy a wicket. Masley coming right forward to this one. So 4 deliveries bowled so far. 5. And driving this one. In the end of another good over there by Jack. She has completed 6 overs and only conceded some 14 runs. So good over there and good spell there by Jack so far.
Yeah, good bowling by Jack. I mean, we would expect to see that kind of bowling from with the figures that she had yesterday. picking up 5 wickets. I believe she looks like one of the more experienced, those who she's not afraid to toss up the ball and invite the batters to go for the big hits, but the St. Lucia batters are pretty content with just holding down the fort and waiting for the bad bowlers, as opposed to being more proactive and going at the bowlers.
So it looks like Durant will be continuing from the northern end. Malika seems to be very tentative in her stroke play. This one was right in the slot. And she's pretty much inclined to play the sweep shot, and on this occasion, the ball is racing close to the boundary, but the fielder is going to get there. Good attempt. They've completed 2. So certainly she's looked to be favoring the sweep shot.
Yeah, the sweep shot is working for her today, so she continues to play it. But I mean, there were a few deliveries that she could just come forward nicely and hit this one, and hit those into the gaps. But nonetheless, she gets to there. Good work there by the mid-wicket fielder. She had to run all the way down to flying leg and hold this one just inside the boundary, only allowing them to get 2 runs off that delivery.
Again, she's getting to the pitch of the ball, but one would expect, with the length of time she has spent out in the middle, should be able to at least look to drive those deliveries. Full ball and hitting it straight back to the bowler Durant.
And that's building a bit too much pressure on yourself as a batter. It's always important at the start of the over to try to put pressure back on the bowler, get off strike or rotate the strike, get a boundary or 2. And we saw her getting that 2 over flying leg, but the bad bowling really needs to be put away, and Malika Ido is not doing so at the moment.
Another full delivery outside the off stump, just hitting it straight to the fielder, 3/4 way at the extra cover boundary, resulting in just 1 run. So one could safely say another good over bowled there by Duran. After 2 overs, she is only considered 5 runs. So after 19 overs, St. Lucia are 57 without loss. And the captain, Malika Edward, has faced some 57 deliveries for just 22 runs. Marsley as well, 57 deliveries for 40 runs. So a bit real slow going. Look at this, the strike rate for Edwards, 38.6. So certainly well below par.
The team run rate is down to 3 runs and over. And at the start of the 20th, Jacks will continue. Another good delivery on middle stump. Malika tentative there forward. Content with just hitting this one back to the bowler, but I mean, at this point in the game, you should be a little bit more adventurous and looking to put away the bad balls as much as possible.
Just tempting Malika outside the off stump. Really throwing this one out there. The sweep shot again. Fielder moves around from the square leg region, resulting in just 1 run.
Yeah, good work by that square leg fielder there. She's been very active in that region, especially when Malika is on strike, because that sweep shot has been the feature of her game today.
So really slow going there by the St. Lucia team, and from the introduction of Jack into the attack, she has really pegged the St. Lucia scoring back tremendously, although she has bowled a few deliveries where Malaika in particular could have been a little more attacking, but they're both really in a very defensive frame of mind. Even the full ball they are unable to put away. After 20 overs, St. Lucia are 58 without loss, and the scoring for the first time has dipped below 3.
And yet again we see the importance of not bowling too many extras. We have St. Vincent only bowling 5 extras so far, and that really shows because it's putting a lot of pressure on the St. Lucia batters, being able to attack the stumps and not give them any free deliveries. And we saw a lot of free runs being given away to the St. Lucia team by Grenada yesterday. Being able to restrict them and be consistent on a good line and length really shows in the score today.
And this one, she has made proper contact backward of square ridge, and then this one has raced through the boundary for 4. So Malaika pretty much is just sitting and waiting for those deliveries that are angled into the leg or moving down the leg side to play the sweep shot. And on this occasion, she got this one successfully down through the backward square region for 4. So the score has moved on to 62, and her personal tally has moved on to 27.
Yeah, she has to do a lot more with those short balls outside of stump. I mean, there's a sweeper, and there's a gap between the extra cover and the point fielder, so she just has to wait on it a little bit more to get it in that gap. But a good ball in there by Durant after getting that boundary, being able to bowl 2 successive dot balls. That one beating the bat of Malaika. It was the tentative outside of stump yet again.
Yeah, she's been playing too tentative outside the off stump, just pushing. Not enough rotation of the strike. Gale, this one tossed up outside the off stump and just pushing gingerly at this one. So just 4 runs after being struck for a 4 in the second delivery of the over. Durant completed her first over, only conceding 4 runs. So good comeback there by Durant.
Yeah, but the lack of intent from the 2 batters really really not playing in their favor.
Look like Bentic, number 20. It looked like Delita Bentic.
Yeah, change of bowling from the pavilion. Then Bentic, he looks like yet another spinner. So St. Vincent really packing the attack.
I think she's bowling up
a short run up.
A short run up. I won't say Bentic is a spinner. But I think St. Lucia needs to target a bowler too. And I am of the opinion that perhaps Bentic should be one of those bowlers they need to target.
Yeah, they need to find some momentum from somewhere. And I saw one of the substitute fielders coming on. Maybe their message was sent out to the batters to try to up the ante, to get some more singles, get some more twos, get some more boundaries in their batting.
Yeah, Bentic seems to be just a gentle medium pace. And this one has beaten the keeper, beaten one like all ends up. And apparently there must have been an edge. We didn't see any signal from umpire Leo.
Yeah,
so a
like
chance gonna begin, one would say.
Yeah, it looks like there was a slight inside edge. Always a difficult one for the wicketkeeper, especially standing up to the stump. But Bentic with a gentle medium pace, really Marsley leaning back and punching this one through to the mid-wicket region. So a welcome boundary there for Marsley. Haven't been on strike for as many as maybe 3 or 4 overs, but she's been able to really put it to Bentic and get this one through mid-wicket for 4.
Yes, from what we have seen so far in the 6 bowlers that have been on show, Bentic look like the bowler that the St. Lucia batters should really take the attack to. This is very much her first over, but if they are to target a bowler, I think Bentic should be one of those bowlers on the card to do so.
And you could hear the energy out there in the St. Vincent fielding unit. You could hear the support from the boundary, which is always nice to see. Especially as a bowler, you always want your teammates to be behind you. And you see Marsley driving this one down the ground, beating the bowler and getting another single. She's looking for a second, but it's definitely not on.
So at the end of the 22nd over, St. Lucia's move on to 69 without loss. Edward on 28, Marsley on 36. The rate is back up a little over 3.14. But they certainly, St. Lucia need to start to play a little more positive, especially the captain Malaika. She has been out there for 69 deliveries with a rate of only 40.58.
Flighted delivery there. Marcel looking to play across the line of this one, only succeeding in getting an inside edge. But good bowling from Durant. The spinners from the media centre have been able to be consistent and restricting the St. Lucia batters. And Durant comes in again. Another full delivery. Marcel swings this one away to the deep mid-wicket area. One bounce to the fielder and they come through for a single. So good bit of outfield in there from the St. Vincent team.
Yes, Durant got away with this one on this occasion, full delivery. Marsley really picked the one fielder that was out in the mid-wicket region. So they need to do a much better effort at executing those loose deliveries. Long hop outside the off stump, and Edwards pretty much contending, just punching it to the fielder at short cover. Attempted sweep shot on the edge, and they're going through for a quick single. Good respond there by Marsley.
Yeah, Malaka is really struggling. Struggling today. She's laboring right now on 28. And not being able to get the timing as consistently as she was yesterday. And that just shows the nature of cricket. Yesterday you have a good day, and today it's a completely different.
So the end of another over there by Durant. Completed her 4th over. She's only conceded 12 runs, so at the end of over number 23, St. Lucia 7-2 without loss. Edwards on 29, Masley on 38.
We have Bentic continuing from the pavilion end.
The last ball,
Bentic continuing from the pavilion end. And that first delivery we saw a single being scored by Malika. Masley only 12 shot now, yet in the half century. She would hope that she'd be able to get there. She this one nicely down the ground. Too long on for another single, so her tally goes on to 39.
Short ball and
short delivery. Dispatched there by Malika Edwards. So she's now putting Bentic to the task.
yes, certainly Bentic. They are taking the attack to Bentic. Like I did indicate, St. Lucia need to at least target one bowler, and Bentic seems to be the one that Malika has taken a liking to.
Another short delivery outside of stump. Malika being able to rock back and get this one to the sweep on the outside for a single. So 6 runs off the over so far. So a good up for the run rate at the moment. It moving to 3.30.
Well, one would say that Bentic seems to be on the expensive side. 1.4 overs, and she has considered some 14 runs. So obviously, she's not as tight as the previous bowlers. Loose ball down the leg side. Again, full toss, and Masley has picked out the one fielder at the mid-wicket region. So Bentic can consider herself very lucky to have gotten away with those last full delivery. So some 8 runs so far coming off the over. So dot ball to end the over. So at the end of over number 24, St. Lucia 79 without loss. Edwards on 35 and Masley on 39. So Bentic seems to have been the more expensive bowler, going for 7.5 and over in 2 overs that she has bowled so far.
We have the spin of Durant continuing from from the media center end. She has been bowling very well so far. One of the pick of the spinners.
Yes, she has bowled 4 overs, only conceding 11 runs.
We see both batters laboring their way to the high 30s. Masley on 39, well 40 with that shot, and Malika Edwards on 35. So it's good to see them still out there, but runs not scoring as quickly as they would have liked. but it's still good to have them out in the middle. We know they have the likes of Ashlyn Edward, Zeta James, and Kiana Joseph, who could definitely come in. We also have Nerissa Crafton, who could come in and take the attack to the bowlers when needed.
But in saying so, you really don't want to leave it too little for too late. Because at this point in St. Lucia, they are almost at the halfway stage. You're into the 25th over. And with just 81 runs on the board. With both batters having faced well over more than 70 deliveries. This is more than enough time out in the middle to start playing a few more attacking shots, take a few more chances, because you have not lost any wickets. And they are up against a good batting attack, a good batting lineup in that of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Lucia perhaps should look to revise their whatever tally and minimum of 200 runs they need to score.
Yeah, another single turn down there by Malaika. The end of that over, St. Lucia 81 for no loss. We had the halfway stage of this innings, 25 was being bowled. St. Lucia only being able to accumulate 81 runs. We have Malaika Edward on 36 and Maya Masley on 40. So both batters carrying on their good form, not as fluent as they were yesterday, but being able to carry on their good form, nonetheless accumulating runs and being able to remain consistent at the crease and spending time at the wicket. I mean, it's always important.
Just a quick word from our statistician there, Mr. Roland Cox. They were 143 for 1 yesterday at the halfway stage, and today they are only 81. So you're looking at a difference of somewhat 60, some 62 runs behind in deficit as compared to where they were yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal for St. Lucia, but at this point they can only work with what they have, and the platform is being set at the moment. There might just be a little bit more pressure on the batters coming in, but it's still a good platform being set by the openers so far.
So look like a change of bowling from the northern end.
We have Cheyenne Games being introduced into the attack. Yet another spinning option. Malaika opting for that sweep shot, hitting this one down to the square leg fielder. Moves across swiftly and gives a good throw back into the bowler. So a good start there by Games, not being able to, well, not conceding any boundaries, but only one run off of 3 deliveries or 2 deliveries so far. So a good start there by her. Another bit of crazy running, you would call it. They're hitting that one straight to the ball and looking for a single. I mean, at this point, slow delivery outside of summer. Cheyenne really slow through the air, not being able. Cheyenne, sorry, not being able to get this one off the square in the Maya Masley. Cheyenne bowling a good spell of bowling so far. 5 balls. She bowls a no ball. That one pitching off the wicket, and we saw a bit of that yesterday.
Yes, at least on 3 occasions yesterday.
Yeah, Masley has a chance to just free arms and maybe get a boundary of this delivery. She backs away and punches this one through the offside. They go through for the single, come back for the second, and this one trickles on the way to the extra cover boundary for 4. So Masley being able to put away that free hit on offer. A good over before that delivery there by Cheyenne Games, but she was unable to close off the over well enough for our skipper. So the run rate just consistent at 3.4, inching their way closer to a century partnership, yet another century partnership, just 11 runs short. Both batters were hoping that they could remain out there for a long period of time. And this one hit straight to the mid-on fielder, coming through for a quick single there. Good run by Masley. The pinnacle of her batting has been the running. Some may be inconsistent, but it's still putting pressure on the fielders. Yeah, brilliant bit of feeling, just tumbling over to her left to make a good stop. But Malika really needs to be more attentive with her batting. Full deliveries outside of stump, cannot be hitting this to the extra cover fielder, and that's what exactly putting a lot more pressure on her.
Execution on this occasion.
Yeah, she's been waiting for the better half of 10 overs to pierce that gap in the extra cover region, but nonetheless she's able to get that one away and ending the over nicely again. So so far the St. Vincent bowlers have not been able to end the overs well and allow the St. Lucia batters to get boundaries of the last 2 overs. And with that, both batters enter the nervous 40s yet again in 2 successive days. Masley on 45 and skipper Edward on 42. So yet again, both would hope to achieve that milestone. Back-to-back 50s. The captain as well as the coach would be ecstatic with that batting display so far. wayward delivery there by Games. This one, a rest side there for the St. Vincent team. Not many extras, and taking the tally to 8 now. So very disciplined bowling so far by the St. Vincent ladies. Not giving St. Lucia batters any freebies or any extras to work with. We see Marseille coming onto the back foot and punching this delivery to the offside for a single. Yes, keeper Malika needs to at least get these deliveries in gaps for singles. She has the experience. She has more than enough experience to understand the importance of finding gaps and getting singles, putting pressure on the fielders, and not being able to dispatch out these bad balls is not exactly what the team needs. Being 96 after 28 overs. Yeah, at this rate, I think they would be eyeing just over 200 runs. In the likes, as I mentioned, of Zida, Malika, and Ashlyn in the dugout, having the platform 96 after 28. They should be able to fire from there. See a dead ball there signaled by umpire Cuff, but Marsley pulling out last second from that shot. Wasn't quite ready, but nonetheless Duran continues from the media center end and bowling 6 overs, 6.1 to be exact, only conceding 19 runs. So the economy rates of the St. Vincent bowlers below 8. Well, most of them are below 8, so you could tell that there has been some thought behind the bowling. There has been some intensity and consistency behind the bowling, so doing a great job so far. That single, Marsley moves just free short of yet another half century. 47 of 86 deliveries, striking at 54, only hitting 7 boundaries. So Captain Malika Edward on strike, getting ready to face up to Durant. A full delivery on off stump, just tentative outside of stump. A bit of spin there away from the left hand. Malika unable to make any contact with that one. You see a single being taken there, Cordelia. Jack Labour into this one, but unable to cut this one off.
Closer to 100. In the process, a good block there by Masler. 51. In the process, Lucia also brought up the 100-run partnership.
Yeah.
2 milestones being achieved at the same time. 100 run, 102 without loss. Masler moving to the second consecutive half-century 51.
Yeah, another good innings by the youngster. Being still under 19 and dominating so far in the senior setup. Good accomplishment for her, and I believe that she should continue. Hopeful to get the free figures. It would be a great achievement for her to get the free figures in the senior women's tournament. Also, we did not mention, but yesterday I believe there were a few ladies making their debut. Maya Masil being one of them, playing for the first time in the senior women's national team.
Lucia needs to get a move on.
We have Cheyenne games continuing from the pavilion, and we have Janelia Glasgow just making sure that she gets the field placement correct. You could see she deploying a deep square leg from Malika. You know, she has been playing that sweep shot very well throughout the day. So the sweep on the offside comes into the circle, and there's a deep square leg. Terrible delivery there by Games. Malika unable to dispatch that one. A full delivery there from Games, and Malika almost collapsing whilst playing this one, only being successful in getting a single. So Malika's woes and inability to time the ball continues throughout the innings there.
Yes, this one was a full toss. Really could not put it away after being out there for almost 30 overs. And on this occasion, this one, the wide mid-wicket region there by Masler, getting 4 runs. So Masler certainly at the top of her game, hoping that she perhaps could up the ante, having gone past her half century.
Yeah, you could see her really trying to put pressure back on Cheyenne. James is in this one through the vacant mid-wicket area, and we had 3 fielders in pursuit of that one, but unsuccessful going into the boundary for yet another 4.
So 107 without loss.
You see a change in the field. The deep square leg, where the deep fang leg comes into the circle. Good delivery by Games. Back on off stump there, you can see her supporting herself, just clapping for that dot ball. And Games comes in again to Masler. Another full delivery on
suicidal run in
suicidal
run, and
but
Janela Glasgow was be cross with herself. Janela of all person just missed out.
Yeah, she has been feeling brilliantly throughout the day, and just a blemish giving Masler yet another chance. It seems like there's always a run out on the cards when she's And she's at the crease.
So the captain, Malika Edward, inches closer to another half century, 45. Looking to flash this one outside the off stump. Wide signal by umpire Leo. Just 9 extras so far in the inning for St. Vincent and the Grenadiers. Good discipline bowling.
Yeah, that has been the hallmark of the game so far. Not many extras restricting the batters from scoring freely. And we know yesterday there was 54 extras in the Grenada inning. So you could imagine if you add that 54 extras to the 110 so far, they would have been in a good position. So you could see the difference in the quality of the bowling and the quality of the execution of what they're doing exactly in the field.
13, 3, 16, 7, 15, 2, 7, 7, 25,
So after
2, 15, 3, 17.
30 overs, St. Lucia 110. So the last 20, they need to go at a minimum of say 5 and over, Jad. If they could get 5 and over for the next 20, that should safely put them at 210. So 210, 220, I think they can perhaps work with that. But anything below 220 runs, below 200 runs, they would have to bowl extremely well to prevent St. Vincent and the Grenadines from overhauling that target.
Yeah, I think they're in a good position at this point to really put some pressure back on the St. Vincent bowlers. Skipper Malika really needs to open up her arms and get a few more boundaries to a name. .110 after 30 overs, basically 19.4 overs remaining in the innings. 200, 210 is definitely on the cards with the batting left in the dugout.
Thick outside edge, and this one is going to run pretty much close to the boundary. Able to cut out by the fielder. 2 runs in the process.
So the runs starting to come a little bit more steady. It's just the lack of boundaries is what's affecting the St. Lucia team at the moment. They've been rotating the strike, getting the 1s and the 2s, but been unable to execute any boundaries so far. We have Durant well into her 8th over, coming up against keeper Malika Edwards. Only conceding 29 runs so far. A good spell of bowling has really given Malika a bit of trouble there from the media center end.
And Malika plays a favorite sweep shot, and that would get her to second half century in 2 days. So well played, Malika Edward. She's moved on to exactly 50.
So we see the labor and toil continues to pay off for Malika, not as productive as she would have liked. at the start of the innings, but she remained at the crease and showed some patience and was able to get yet another half century to a name. And nonetheless, a century. And we see the batters and the umpire, the fielders as well, taking a little bit of a walk towards their dugout, which indicates a drinks break. I think the batters and the fielders would love that drinks break.
Yes, and welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the second match in the 2023 Windward Island Senior Women 50 over tournament, which has had a drinks break. St. Lucia after 41 overs, 118 without loss. So very slow going there, Jad, by the St. Lucia team.
Yeah, complete contrast to what we saw yesterday, but nonetheless, century partnership from these two openers, 118 from 41 overs. I believe that it is a good position to be in at this point, a foundation set for the rest of the batters. And I mean, Walter Emmanuel, the coach, would have had a talk with his ladies and let them know that now is the time where runs need to be scored faster.
Yes, we've both openers get into the half-century mark. They have faced some, Malika Edward in her case, 93 deliveries, and Masley 94 deliveries. So they have been out there for quite a while. And I think this is the opportune time to really start taking the attack to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowlers. This one is playing a favorite switch shot, loose down the leg side, putting this one away for the backward point region. And this one has raced to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, you could see her get into position relatively quickly and putting all her might into that shot, hitting it through the backward region, backward square region for 4. So you could see a clear sign of intent from Malika coming out of that break. So I believe that there was a chat to the two of them.
Certainly they need to up the ante. 124 without loss. And yesterday, it must be noted, Jad, same two openers, they put on 138, but it was in 23.3 overs for the opening stand.
But we also have to take into consideration the impact of the extras on that total.
Yes, certainly quite a few extras would have been bowled by the 30 over mark yesterday.
Yeah, but you see the clear sign of intent there from Malika, hitting this one out too long off, but only being able to get a single.
This one too. Certainly you could see the intention after the resumption of the drinks break.
Yeah, so now the St. Vincent ladies need to be on their toes. Always when batters are attacking, there's always opportunities for wickets, chances being created.
So first over after the drinks break, some 9 runs it has resulted in. Going for the sweep shot there and misses this one. By signal by umpire Leo Amedi. 10 runs in the over.
Yeah, the most productive over for the St. Lucian ladies so far in the innings. See another outside edge there. Bentic unable to grasp this one, and Maya come through for 2 runs. So very productive over there for St. Lucian ladies. Exactly what they would have required, getting that run rate up to 3.99.
Yes, inching. Well, it actually has gone through to 4 and over for the first time in the game. So certainly they have upped the ante after the drinks break, and if they could continue with that positive intent, St. Lucia should get well over 200 runs, and I reckon 220 would be a good total to fight with. And if they could get anything above 220, that would certainly be a bonus. But with the strength for the batting of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team, St. Lucia would need at least to get that psychological score of 200 plus.
And it's good to know that these overs are being bowled well within time. I remember yesterday the cut-off time came and only 44 overs were bowled, and it's just 11:48 with 32 overs being bowled already, only 18 remaining. So good bowling display there by St. Vincent.
And as we did indicate a little earlier on, extras again, with the extras, a number of deliveries had to be rebowled, and this is not the case with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team today. And Janella Glasgow misses this one. She's cross with herself, and Zakimbo really cannot believe that she missed a clear opportunity.
Yeah, yet another run-out opportunity there for Masley. She's really living on the edge and riding her luck at the moment. Glasgow really crossed with herself. You could see that she's disappointed, but good fielding nonetheless.
And
a chance for cotton bowling, but umpire curve, but signaling no ball. But I don't think it would have mattered because she didn't catch. She didn't hold on to that delivery. But no ball being bowled from from 2 runs. A rare blemish in their bowling so far.
Well, between these 2 games yesterday and today, this is the 3rd occasion we've seen Malika hitting the ball straight back to the bowler. And on all 3 occasions, the bowler has not held on to whatever opportunity, although it would not have mattered in this case. And another no ball again signal by the umpire. Even our statistician, Mr. Roland Cox, did pick it up. She's cutting the return crease. So certainly the umpire is right on the ball. Another free hit.
Malika has a second opportunity to try to hit the first 6 of their batting innings so far for the past 2 games.
This one she goes over the cover region, inside out, over the head of General Glasgow. A shot that she should have been attempting on quite a few occasions previously, but she did not on this occasion. She got it over the head of Glasgow down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what we know Malika is capable of. Few deliveries should have been hitting that same region, but nonetheless she's able to get that one off the square and into the boundary for 4. And with that shot there, she moves on to 60. So strike rate goes up to 64 for the first time in this inning so far.
Again,
Another run out
Masley
opportunity.
almost got run out, backing up a little too far down the wicket. So Masley always creates an opportunity when she's out in the middle. But good intent, good positive intent being shown out there by the 2 batters after the drinks break. 8 runs so far in this over. And she hits this one to the wide of the long on fielder. Scumpers around, resulting in just 1 run.
Yeah, brilliant sliding effort there by the fielder at long on. The feeling today has been very top notch so far. You have to commend the ladies on that.
Last ball, can she close out this over? Looks for the big expansive drive. So another 10 runs coming off this over. 9. 10 runs coming off the over. So 139 after 33. Yes, so they have gone past they bettered the opening stand by 1 run today. Yesterday they got to 138 in 23.3 overs, and they are presently 139 after 43.
Yeah, good batting there from the 2 openers. We see the introduction of the experienced Cordell Jack back into the attack. So the skipper looking for a breakthrough, going back to the experience of Cordell. With both batters attacking, she might be able to create an opportunity with dexterity in the way that she bowls.
Yes, certainly Jack back into the attack. And I think with the sort of momentum that we have seen that the 2 batters have had after the drinks interval, one would think that they certainly would be taking the attack to Jack. Still 10 wickets in the hut. So this is the time to really press on the accelerator with just 17 overs remaining in the innings. This one is struck through the 2 fielder, with Glasgow giving chase.
Yes, smart batting there from Masley. Previously to that delivery, we saw the sweeper coming into the circle, so she's just giving herself room and cutting this one into the gap, the extra cover gap there for 2 runs.
Certainly, Jack not the most agile fielder out there, and Maskley perhaps realizing that. She took off for a delivery that was just next to the pitch. Jack really in her follow through could not prevent these two from getting a relatively easy single. So good going, 61 and 68 so far between the two openers.
And you could see the runs flowing much easier right now. I believe the competition between Jax and Malika would be an interesting one to see if Malika are looking to play some more expansive shots, as we know she's capable of. Hopefully we might see the first 6 of the St. Lucia innings so far.
Well, it's a clear indication that the captain has switched gears so far. Earlier on, we did not see much use of the feet, but now she's prepared to go down the track.
And that's exactly the intent we were hoping to see from her.
So Maskley has gone past her score of 64 yesterday. She's on 68. So good consistent batting there by the young Maskley. Really looking to force this one, and this time around.
This time around we see a run out.
No, it's not.
Apparently, no, the umpire.
Oh,
okay. Now we see the signal from the umpire. We see a run out there. So the partnership broken at 143. Looking to add some more intent and impetus into the innings. Malika looking for a single, which really was not there.
A suicidal run, really.
Yeah, but nonetheless, a good knock from the skipper. She really showed determination and had fought through a difficult time at the start of her innings, and was able to get another half century.
So 143 for 1, and in comes Zeta James. I think a good platform for the St. Lucia team to really push on. The current rate 4.25. They need to get it at least closer to 5 or 5 thereabout. In doing so. But with just 1 wicket down, I think the platform is set that they can push on, and to get that score of 200 plus, say 220, 230 upwards.
And so finally a breakthrough coming for the St. Vincent team in the 34th over. Cordell Jack being brought back into the attack to get the wicket. Wasn't to her name, but still a team wicket run out there. The luck kind of ran out for Malika and Maskley. I see another wicket, so a double wicket there for the St. Vincent team. Both openers now back in the dressing room. Maskley looking to add some impetus into the innings there, swinging across the line and only succeeding in getting caught at mid-wicket. So Cordell Jack, the experience of Jack, bringing 2 wickets in 1 over for the St. Vincent team. Exactly what they would have needed at that point.
Yes, certainly Jack just slowing this one up outside the off stump, and Maskley playing a cross-batted shot. Ball getting up the top edge and just presenting a relatively easy catch. So Jack certainly would have done exactly what the Captain General Glasgow would have been hoping for, to see the back of both of the openers. So two relatively new batters at the crease. Zeta James and Ashlyn Edward. Neither one have faced so far. So at the end of the 34th over, St. Lucia 143 for 2. Both openers back in the hut in this over. Malika Edwards was 62. And Naima Masley 68.
Yeah, so we see two new batters at the crease, as you mentioned. Neither of them faced a delivery so far. So basically, St. Vincent in a good position. That's exactly what they would have needed after 34 overs to get the 2 wickets. The 2 batters who were striking nicely back in the dressing room. And now would be the point in the game where St. Vincent would like to almost put a hold on the run scoring of St. Lucia.
Certainly 2 new batters at the crease. It's always going to take a few deliveries to start feeling your way before Zeda and perhaps Ashlyn would go an all-out attack. Still some 16 overs left in the innings. Still a lot of time, one would say.
Yeah, with the likes of Ashlyn and Zeda, they are at the crease. I think they should understand what is required of them at the moment. Zeda's experience, and Ashlyn has been around the setup for a long time, so she understands exactly what is required.
So Durant in the 10th over. That's considered only 44. Yet to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, despite the previous over going for 10. I see Ashlyn coming down the wicket and sweeping this one to the fielder at square leg.
Well, a full toss, she should have done a little better with that. Just because
there's only one fielder out on the boundary.
And she hit the ball straight to the fielder. So we've seen a number of full deliveries, full toss that St. Lucia, they've not been able to put away successfully.
You see a lovely shot there by Zeda James, cutting this one backward of square. Sweeper comes through, picks this one just and a brilliant throw, a strong throw from that field outside of the 40-yard circle there back to the keeper.
Strong throw indeed. The end of 35 overs, St. Lucia 147 for the loss of 2. Zeda James on 3 and Ashlyn Edwards on 1.
Yeah, they look well set at this point to get just above 200, only 3 runs short of the 150. If the pressure is applied back by Ashlyn and Zeda, they should be well on their way to get above 200.
So Durant, the first bowler to complete a spell of 10 overs. 10 overs, no maiden, 47 runs, and she did not pick up a wicket. So with an economy rate of 4.7, I think the captain Glasgow would be pleased with her effort.
continuing. Ashton down on one, he playing a sweep shot, unable to make sufficient contact. But Zeta James quickly comes through for a wide signal by the umpire.
Jack into her 9th over, and she has only conceded 21 runs and getting the valuable wicket of Naiva Masley.
Zeta James up to face a first delivery from Jack. Short delivery on middle stump, miscommunication there. Zeta James looking for a single, but Ashlyn just turning her back and going back into the crease. So a bit of miscommunication there from the two. The fielder and mid-wicket making a diving stop to her left, and unfortunately Zeta James has to make her way back to the dressing room. A brief stay for her today. Yesterday she was 78 not out, but was unable to get off the mark. Well, get set today.
Very disappointing end to the innings of Zeta James. Really looking for the runs, and Ashlyn Edwards really did not respond. And one would thought that at this stage of the inning, you'll be looking for every run available. It's true the ball was not struck too far away from the fielder, but she had to put in the dive, and it was to her left. So, and Ashlyn took off from the onset. She would have certainly completed the run, and we see Kiana Joseph is making her way to the crease. So St. Lucia losing 3 quick wickets after at one time they were 143 without loss, so they have lost 3 wickets for the loss of 6 runs.
Yeah, and you always say in cricket, as 1 wicket fall, there's always opportunities for others. And in quick succession, we see 2 run-outs there. We always speak about in cricket, a run-out is a form of dismissal, so there needs to be some form of intensity in the field, and that's exactly what is done. But the clear case of ball watching there from Ashlyn Edward, just sitting on her bat, and Zeta was looking for a single. She actually got down to her end, so if there was a quick response, then I think there should have been a single.
I'm also thinking that Ashlyn perhaps should have sacrificed her wicket, considering the fact that Zeta yesterday got some 70-odd runs. You could see clearly she's in good nick, and she has been playing much more cricket than Ashlyn has been doing. So I think Ashlyn should have taken one for the team.
Right, it's disappointing that the batter who has been in form, and we see another wicket, another opportunity for a wicket drop. Kiana being dropped first ball by the deep square leg fielder. So St. Lucia team in a bit of a shambles at the moment, looking to give away their wickets at the moment. But the fielder on the deep square leg boundary making a meal of that. Kiana survives.
It has to be very disappointing. The one fielder that was out in the mid-wicket region, the ball was struck straight to her. She didn't have to move left, move right. And somehow she made a meal of this one. So Kiana could consider herself lucky. And the St. Lucia team lucky as well, because they would have lost 4 wickets for just and only been scoring 6 runs.
And we spoke about the likes of Kiana as the platform set for them, and we have already lost Zeta, and losing Kiana now would have been a big blow for the St. Lucia team. Nonetheless, Ashlyn is more than capable. She is an experienced batter in the St. Lucia setup, so a lot is riding on her shoulders.
So the last drop catch there by Kiana, we should have indicated that St. Lucia brought up the 150 runs. So it's 151 with the last single taken there by Ashlyn. So 151 for the loss of 3. So I think psychologically St. Lucia would want to get an additional 49 more runs. I think it would be more than important that they get to at least 200 run mark.
Yeah, I think it's important to exceed the 200, especially with the display of batting from St. Vincent yesterday. We would want to put as much pressure on them as possible. A daunting total on the scoreboard would do so, definitely.
Tiana just playing this one very casual back to Jack. It's easy to just get a leading edge when you're so casual with your batting.
But a good spell of bowling there by Jax, being introduced into the attack and being able to stamp her authority, getting the wicket of Masley, and one would say she contributed to the 2 run-outs, starting the downfall for the St. Lucia team.
Yes, Jack had the wicket of Masley. We saw the run-out of Malika Edward, the run-out of Zita James, and also created an opportunity to get Kiana out, which was dropped. She was dropped on the mid-wicket boundary. So Jack has bowled some 9 overs, only conceding 24 runs. So with a rate of economy rate of 2.67. So brilliant bowling there by Jack. So the captain, Janella Glasgow, is back into the attack. First spell she had 6 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs. She did not pick up a wicket and only conceding 1 wide in the process. So good disciplined bowling by the captain, Janella Glasgow.
Yeah, the skipper bringing herself back on, trying to get another breakthrough for her team. She herself being a strike bowler, I would hope to get the likes of Kiana Joseph or Ashley Elwood out. You see, she still continues to swing that ball in nicely to the left-hander, even after 36 overs has been bowled. The ball still continues to move laterally for her.
Well, back into the attack. She was right on the money. Playing and missing outside the off stump, looking to punch this one through to the cover region, perhaps beaten for pace.
Yeah, but just a bit too casual there on the part of Kiana. I mean, just getting a boundary would get her set. We know exactly what she's capable of. She showed exactly what she can do yesterday, striking at over 140, facing up to Janella Glasgow. Good bowling there so far from Glasgow, really posing a challenge to Kiana Joseph.
Good bowling indeed. This one was down in the corridor of uncertainty. Kiana not knowing whether to leave or whether to play. But to her credit, she perhaps just played inside the line of the delivery. And this one really throwing the bat at it outside the awesome. Brilliant fielding there by the fielder at the cover region.
Yeah, brilliance up there by the fielder in the covers has been a sight to behold for the St. Vincent fielders. And being able to get down quickly and prevent any runs from being taken.
Looks like Kimo Homer, one doing the fielding there.
Good single left from Kiana, good running.
It's a good over being bowled there by the captain. Glasgow just 1 run so far in the over.
Yeah, we can see the wind picking up a bit from the eastern side. It might have a bit of a shower coming across the ground shortly.
Bit overcast. We've lost the sunshine momentarily.
Good delivery. Yeah, nice ball in there by Ginelia Glass, who's still backing herself to get the ball up to the right hand and moving it away from Ashlyn Edwards. It's a sight to see the young fast bowler still being able to swing the ball so late in the innings, despite using two balls from, one ball from each end. The white ball continues to swing for.
Yes, at the end of 57th over, St. Lucia 153 for the loss of 3 wickets. Kiana Joseph 3 not out and Ashlyn Edward 2 not out. For St. Lucia, Malika Edwards 62 run out. Naima was caught. Amasle, she scored 68. Zeta James ran out for 3. She'll be very disappointed after having scored some 78 runs not out yesterday. So Jack into her final over. 9 overs, 24 runs, 1 wicket so far.
St. Vincent ladies continue to have the energy and the buzz well into the 40th over of the innings. That's exactly what you'd want from your team, supporting the bowlers right through. I see Ashlyn Edwards chipping down the wicket and hitting this one down to long on. I feel that down their games does a nice job of coming across and preventing any more runs from being taken.
A good use of the feet there by Ashlyn Edward. I've just needed to place it further away from the fielder, but it's a good sign to see that she could use her feet to get to the pitch of the delivery. Chinela Glasgow again in the line of fire there. This one was powerfully struck there by Kiana. Stopped partially, but they were able to go through for a single. And in the process, they scored, move on to 156 for 3.
So we see yet again the run scoring just slowing down a little bit. And despite not being able to get as many runs, the run rate still 4.14, which is much higher than what we will see early on in the innings. But those wickets really were able to peck back their run scoring for St. Lucia. So that's exactly what St. Vincent would have needed at that point in the game. You see this one hitting the air by Ashlyn, falling just one bounce short of the long on fielder. So Ashlyn trying her best to get some kind of impetus into the innings. She's just faced the 9 deliveries, but showing some intent, exactly what the coach would have requested from them.
So a good spell completed there by Cordell Jack. 10 overs, no maiden, 28 runs and 1 wicket, so 2.8 economy rate. So certainly she's done very well for her team to bowl her 10 overs for less than 30 runs. I think any captain would take that on any given day.
Yeah, it would be extremely pleased Glasgow if the bowling of senior player Cordell Jacks. She really shows the experience, and that's exactly what you would want from your senior players, to support the captain and be there for. You could always see Cordell Jack in the field, sometimes setting the fielders when Glasgow doesn't see what needs to be done. So that's exactly what you need.
This one short and wide outside the off stump. Ashlyn flashes at this one. The captain general of Glasgow, along with Cordell Jack, two of the most outstanding bowlers for St. Vincent and the Grenadines today. Got Glasgow in her 8th over. Really good, impressive bowling there by Glasgow today. Yeah, I think if we could fault Glasgow for one thing, is that perhaps she has not attacked the stumps regularly enough.
Yeah, she gets the ball to move away from the right hand and continues to work with that. But attacking the stump, I think, as well is important. You can see Ashlyn struggling against the movement from her. Glasgow into her 8th over, only conceding 14 runs. Some may say she might have bowled herself a little bit too early, because after her spell there is still some of about 9 overs remaining in the innings, so she'd have to turn to some of her other bowlers. I believe that she should have really taken that mantle of finishing the innings off on her shoulders. See a beautiful shot there by Ashlyn, just leaning back and cutting this one over backward point. It trickles into the rope. Red loose delivery there from the skipper, Janelia Glasgow, and Ashlyn being able to dispatch that one for 4.
Yes, rare loose delivery there from Glasgow, but shot outside the off stump, and this one was begging to be hit, and Ashley did oblige, just hitting this one over the cover fielder down to the vacant boundary for 4. So let's hope that shot could really spur Edwards. Another short one. She this time around looking to pull this one through the leg side, but I think was beaten for pace on this occasion. Perhaps the shot that we just saw her rehearse, perhaps should have just looked to play this one through the wide of the footman region, and that could have been a more productive shot for her. Missing out on this one. This one is angling into the pads. Felt should have had perhaps a bigger swing at this one. Looking at the field on the leg side, there's nobody patrolling the boundary. Right. So once you could get the ball past the inner ring, it's a possibility that you could get maximum value for the shot.
Yeah, just the solitary boundary of that over. I don't think that's exactly what the St. Lucia team would require at this point. Coming down to the end of the innings, I think continuing with at least 10 runs and over, as we saw Malaika and Masley was able to accumulate.
Well, 10 runs is a big ask against the likes of, say, Janela Glasgow. I think the bowlers, they did target. After the drinks break, they were able to, the likes of Bentic. We see that they...
Yeah, she bowled 10 already. She bowled 10 already.
Well, the Jack, from what we could see, is into her 11th over, which should not have been. And I find it's passing strange that the umpires out there did not realize that
The bowler has completed his over.
Yeah, rare.
Jack, and I think somebody, the match referee is indicating to the umpire that
Was that a run?
it was.
Yes, she bowled 10 early. What was the first ball? A run?
I think they're trying to get the attention of the umpire. The match referee is trying to signal to him that Cordell Jack has bowled 10 overs. She has completed her spell and she's into her 11th. And she could only bowl 1/5 of the overs. So
Yeah, but based on the rules, I think she has to continue. Just a fault of the umpires, a blemish on their part. But that's not good, honestly. It's terrible on the part of the umpires.
nevertheless, Jack is continuing to do good work for. And Ashley is down the track, hitting this one through to the long on boundary. So they're going for one. Scores move on to 163.
And we see an interruption. The third umpire is running onto the field.
Now you coming.
There's a bit of confusion going on now, the officiation.
We're seeing the third umpire, unusual, is moving, is coming onto the field.
Yeah, just a bit of confusion there between the two. The third umpire coming on to have a bit of a discussion if Leo Ahmed did the standing umpire. Yesterday he did a great job.
Yeah, but
today
the bowler Cordell Jack has bowled 4 deliveries already.
yeah, she has to continue. I think it's just a blemish on the part of the officials. But from time the over has started, she has to continue. But definitely the St. Lucia team would be very disgruntled if she is able to pick up the wicket of either Ashley or Kiana.
163 for free. So final delivery, one would say, in Jack's spell.
Extended spell.
Extended spell, one would say. And she has gone all 11 overs for 40 runs. So certainly the two umpires, one has to blame the two umpires out in the middle. I think they should have been aware of how many overs Jack had bowled already. And even when the match referee was trying to get the attention of the umpire, it was a bit too late.
Yeah, there was a bit of miscommunication. I mean, from time she was at the start of her mark, I believe that should have been communicated. And that indicated that she would have continued. The match referee should have stepped in. The scorer should have indicated that she had completed a quota of overs. But as we mentioned, as we continue to say, nobody is perfect. So hopefully that error does not repeat itself throughout the remainder of the tournament.
So Byron is back into the attack. The end of the 40th over, 163 for free. So with 10 overs remaining in the innings, St. Lucia need to perhaps get a rate of minimum 5-6 runs on over, Chad.
Yeah, the target is just above 200, maybe 210, 220. I think that would be ideal on that wicket and the ground. We mentioned the contrast in conditions from grizzly to air, so it might be a bit more difficult for St. Vincent to score runs as quickly. A quick single there. Kiana Joseph willing to get on strike, but Ashlyn a bit slow to react to that single. I believe at this point in the game, both batters need to be on their toes and on ball.
Yes, Kiana certainly called very early and realized she was going in the danger end as well.
Welcome boundary there for Kiana Joseph. This one trickles into the backward point boundary for 4. So that's exactly what St. Lucia would require from the premier batter, Kiana Joseph.
Good boundary there by Kiana, driving on the up, getting the fakest outside edge. Wasn't in total control, but I think it's very valuable runs at this stage of the innings. And the team would really want Kiana perhaps to be there till the end of the 50th over. Flashes at this one outside the off stump. Just need to get past the inner ring.
Yeah, good comeback delivery there from Brian. This one cutting Kiana in half, beating the inside edge and the stumps going through to the keeper. So good fast ball in there from Brian, being able to come back after getting that boundary of the first ball.
Chinella Glasgow again, the life wire in the field.
Yeah, brilliant bit of fielding there. I mean, that's exactly what makes them stand out from the rest. St. Vincent fielders, Janela Glasgow moving swiftly to her left and getting up quickly, almost effecting the run out.
Certainly, I would rate her the number 1 fielder out there. Good shot that back, hitting this run straight back past the bowler, and it's gonna race into the boundary for 4. So good straight hit there. Couldn't get straighter than this, Jad.
Yeah, a brilliant shot there from Kiana. A poor delivery, loose delivery there from the bowler, Brian, a full toss, and Kiana being able to dispatch it. We saw a number of full tosses being bowled today, but this time Kiana getting full value for the shot.
So 2 boundaries so far in this over, some 9 runs in the over so far, and still 1 delivery left. This one is struck powerfully. A good save there. This had 4 written all over it, and very lucky indeed to get the hands to it.
Yeah, brilliant stop. Yet
brilliant stop.
In that ring there, that 40-yard circle. The fielders have been exceptional, and they continue to show energy. Even in the 41st over of the game, they continue to show the energy, and we see an injury there to Glasgow. She's down and clutching on her left leg, it looks like. Not good signs there for the St. Vincent team.
It's not a good side at all.
The premier batter and bowler, fielder by extension, is looks like she's in a bit of trouble at the moment.
It looks that they are signaling to the She looked like she's in quite a bit of pain. We could see her rolling on the ground. And she's been attended to by the physio. So let's hope that it's not something too serious. So at the end of the 41st over, St. Lucia 173 for free. Kiana Joseph on 15 and Ashlyn Edward on 10. Earlier on we had Malika Edwards getting 63. Naima Masley 68. It must be noted that both batters, they have gotten halves. These are successive half centuries. They got yesterday against Grenada and today. Naima got 64 yesterday against Grenada and Ashlyn Edward got 54. So consecutive centuries for them, half centuries for them in consecutive matches. Zeda James unfortunately was run out for free. So with some 9 overs remaining in the innings yard, St. Lucia 173. What you reckon would be a good score in the next 9 overs?
Yeah, I mean, if the run scoring continues, as we previously mentioned, 210, 220 is exactly where I see St. Lucia ending up. Kiana Joseph has to really put her foot on the gas, as well as Ashlyn Edward. She really needs to come to the forefront. But despite that, good bit of batting so far. That's exactly where we see them.
9 overs left. There was just a hold up in place slightly. The captain, Janella Glasgow, you could see her limping out there. She's not 100%. She's clutching to the thigh area, her left leg. It looks like she sustained a bit of injury, moving sharply to her left. That last delivery that was powerfully struck by Kiana in the cover region. So it looks like is that the one of the leg spinners, Homer?
Yeah, Kimon Homer.
Yeah, I think it's Kimon Homer, it looks like.
Introduced back into the attack.
She bowled 2 overs early on, and it cost some 7 runs.
At this point, the skipper Glasgow would want her bowlers to be as restrictive as possible. Throughout the innings, they have been able to do that successfully. I mean, at this point in the game, that's where it really determines who the momentum will be going into the break.
And this one is powerfully struck through the cover region there by Kiana Joseph for 4.
Yeah, brilliant shot there by Kiana. Just lean on this one, hitting it through that big gap there, the extra cover. So Kiana wanting to put her foot down. I believe that is the over that she really should target. The left-hander against the leg spinner. I think that's a matchup that will favor Kiana.
Yes, certainly the ball is turning into her. And it's a bit surprising that there's no one sweeping on the offside. Once she could get past the inner ring, it's almost 4 runs.
Yeah, they're not making good use of the full quota of fielders, especially in the ending power play. I think they allowed 5, and at the moment there is only 3 boundary riders. But Kiana finding the cap nicely there and coming back for 2. So already on the first 2 balls, 6 runs have already been taken by Kiana.
So good start to the over there by Kiana. She just needs to bat out, be out there until the 50th over. And once she can do that, I think St. Lucia certainly would get close to 230, 240 runs for sure. Loose delivery there, down the leg side, and she has gotten sufficient bat in it. It's racing to the boundary, and I don't think Bentic is going to get to it. And
Valiant effort there by Bentic, almost escorting this one, laboring to it on the boundary. So 2 fours there off the bat of Kiana.
So 10 runs of free deliveries. He had 4. The full delivery there, and Kiana hitting this one to the long on fielder, only resulting in 1 run. Perhaps should have done a little better with that, Jad. Full delivery.
Yeah, with no protection on the leg side boundary. She had basically a free hit there, but falling over slightly and only being able to get a single down to long on. Nonetheless, the momentum with Kiana striking at 113 over 100. I would say a terrible delivery there. No ball signal by umpire Leo. That ball just not even pitching close to the wicket. So that's the second time we see that being done by Homer for the day. Ashton Edwards is offered a free hit now.
Very expensive over there in progress there by Homer. Some 14 runs so far. And this one is struck. Not getting full hold of this delivery. Able to get 1 run. So 14 runs in this over there for Homer. Perhaps the most expensive over of the inning so far.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we required. Just the 10 runs and over from here should get them in excess of that 220 we were looking for.
And no ball. There, this one bouncing twice. Kiana doing the right thing, turning down that single so that she would be on strike for that free hit. And ideally she would be hitting with the win. So let's hope that she perhaps can make good use of it. And she has gone for the...
Not successful in getting that one away. But that's exactly what Glasgow would not have wanted at that point in the game, to give away such a huge over. Maybe should have turned to one of her more economical bowlers. But nonetheless, an expensive over there. Good one for the St. Lucia team.
Yes, some 16 runs coming off this third over by Homer. So it's certainly the sort of momentum that St. Lucia would want at this stage of the inning. So after 42 overs, they have progressed to 189. Kiana Joseph has raced to 27. She's 27 of 25 balls, and Ashlyn Edward 11 of 21. So we see Jack is going off the field. Certainly. Jack was gifted an additional over, mistake by the umpires out in the middle.
So Janelia Glasgow, the skipper, continues from the media center end, coming back. She only has 2 overs remaining in her spell. So far, looking for a breakthrough, hopeful to get the wicket of Kiana before she does any more damage. Kiana timing the ball nicely, just needs to find the gap.
Real sweet sound of the bat. Just standing tall and punches this one using the pace of General Glasgow. Just pulls this one backward of square. This is going to race all the way to the boundary. And it's 4 valuable runs there for Joseph and Team St. Lucia. Score moves on now to 193 for the loss of 3. So certainly a good platform there to get. Initially we were saying 220 minimum, but it looks like what we may have to revise and say 240, 250 easily. Once Kiana can remain out in the middle.
Yeah, if Kiana continues and Ashlyn contributes with a boundary or 2 in between, they should be in excess of that 220 we were speaking of.
It's a good comeback delivery there by Glasgow into her 9th over. Has had 1 maiden, 22 runs, but yet to pick up a wicket. Shot outside the awesome and just uses the pace of the ball and just guiding this one into the slip region down to the vacant footman boundary for 4. So good batting there by Kiana Joseph.
Yeah, smart batting there by Kiana, just using the pace, hanging back and passing this one next to the keeper for yet another boundary. And here we see 8 runs already being scored of that Janelia over. So they're well on their way to get in excess of 10 if these last 2 balls are scored off.
So 197 inches closer to the 200 mark. Certainly good batting there by Kiana. She has moved on to 35. And this one would be signaled wide down the leg side. Janela finally feeling a little pressure out in the middle.
Yeah, I was about to say for the first time in this innings you could see she's under a bit of pressure. So the good batting there from Kiana, applying the pressure back to the premier bowler.
So extras move on to 19. Sharp contrast to what we had yesterday. Wide outside the off stump, and she throws the bat at this one, going for a sharp single. And she makes it quite easily. No. The wicketkeeper did not field cleanly. Ashlyn wanted a second, but I don't think Kiana would have really fancied getting back. So 199 for the loss of 3 wickets. Glasgow in her 9th over. I've only considered some 28 runs.
Yeah, and those runs really started to leak in the last 2 overs. And so Kiana and Ashlyn really putting the pressure on her.
They use the pace of this one, guides it down through wide footman, resulting in just 1 run. It's the end of the 9th over. The end for Glasgow, the end of the 43rd over. And in the process, St. Lucia brought up the 200. So 200 for 3 after 43 overs. So with 7 overs left, Jad, there is still a possibility of St. Lucia getting an additional 50 runs. You're looking at, if my maths is anything good, 42 balls, yeah, to get 50 runs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we could get the minimum 10 runs and over, we're looking in well excess of 250. And Kiana Joseph and Ashlyn were there at the crease. We just need Ashlyn to really catch her feet and be able to hit her 3 boundaries.
So it looks like Games back into the attack. So Cheyenne Games.
Let's keep her continuing to interest Cheyenne Games in the back end of the innings. She had a terrible over to Kiana previously, but let's keep her still interested in the ball.
So how many more can St. Lucia get in those remaining 42 balls? A runner ball for sure gets you to 240. But they certainly would be hoping that They could get more than a runner ball.
10 runs and over is 217.
And slow looping delivery outside the off stump. Ashlyn really rocking back and really couldn't make contact. All she needed to do was to get it past the inner ring, and she would have gotten perhaps full value for her shot. But a good start there by Games. Dot ball. And just going down the track very lazily there. Ashley looking to cut a ball that was straight at the stump. Misses this one and was completely bowled.
Yeah, Ashlyn woes have ended. She was struggling there at the crease, only being able to get that one boundary off the bowling of Glasgow. She really wasn't able to get the impetus in the innings as the St. Lucia team would have needed.
So perhaps the dismissal of Ashlyn might just be a blessing in disguise for St. Lucia. Sometimes there are batters who are out in the middle, and their dismissal may be the best thing to happen to the team. So let's hope that Nerissa Crafton, who is now partner Joseph Kiana, could really come out there and rotate the strike. I think Ashlyn perhaps just lost the plot a bit in that Kiana is the one really hitting the ball, and her focus for the first delivery or two would be to get Kiana back on strike.
Yeah, all that was required of her was to just get a single of at least the first two balls and allow Kiana to do exactly what she has been doing. But nonetheless, Nerissa Crafton strolls to the crease. She is one is explosive like Kiana. She can hit the ball fiercely. I've seen her play a bit of cricket, and she hits the ball relatively hard for a female.
So Nerissa Crafton. Good first ball, and she has really given this one a good whack. As you did indicate, Jan, she got a fierce hitter of the ball. Nice slow looping delivery heading down the leg side. It is a really buffet delivery. Help yourself, and which she did.
Yeah, brilliant start there for Crafton. That's exactly what she would have needed. That's exactly what the team would have needed, and a confidence booster there for her to get a boundary of your first ball.
And this one, good powerful hit there. One bounce to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So certainly Crafton is in a no-nonsense mood.
Yeah,
2 deliveries she has faced, and she has dispatched both of them into the boundary. We see her strike rate, 400?
Yeah, exceptional batting there from Crafton, applying the pressure back to young Games, who hasn't been bowling pretty well today. So the first 2 balls that Crafton has faced has gone to the boundary for 4. So I hope that she could continue with that impetus.
Yes, certainly. Games has bowled 4.4 overs, and she has considered some 35. And again, this one is lapped. Should be 2. They've gone for 1, coming back for a second. Should be able to complete the second, which she has done. Good aggressive run in there by Nerissa Crafton, coming back for the second run. So 10 runs off the over so far.
That's exactly what we were hoping for.
And
10 runs and over from here would get them excess of 250.
She has faced just 3 deliveries and has scored some 10 runs. So final delivery there for Cheyenne Games. She has bowled 4.5. This one again is hit through the mid-wicket area. A full delivery there. And Crafton certainly in a no-nonsense move, really capitalized on that close delivery there from Gibbs. Dispatches it through the mid-wicket region down to the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. So good batting there by Nerissa. Some 14 runs coming off this over.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, a blessing in these guys. So the wicket of the second delivery was, ideal for the St. Lucia team. Crafton came out there and was able to get 14 runs of the remainder of the over.
Yes, I did indicate to you the dismissal of Ashlyn may very well be a blessing in disguise for St. Lucia. And just this 4 deliveries faced by Nerissa Crafton was able to race through 14 and in the process getting St. Lucia to 214 for the loss of 4 wickets with some 6 overs remaining. They're certainly on course to perhaps get to 250 runs, which would be a good challenge in total for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. It looked like Chanel Marquis, number 27.
Our first over. So Chanel Marquis, number 27, interested with the 45th over by her skipper, starting her first over of the day.
Yeah, Marquis. Marquis, number 27.
A good shot by Kiana, looking to hit this one inside out. It's a chase by Glasgow, but I don't think she's going to win the race. But it looked like she has. Now the ball has gone back onto the boundary ropes. Valiant effort there by Janella Glasgow.
Yeah, brilliant effort by Glasgow. She has been a live wire in the field despite not being able to hold this one. You could see the effort she continues to put after bowling 9 overs. She's chasing this one down but unable to hold it in just before the rope. So good effort by the youngster there.
Brilliant
good start from Kiana.
Yes, good start to the over. First delivery there by Maki. Been hit over the extra cover region, hitting her inside out. Smart batting because there's nobody really sweeping out on the boundary. And this one wide outside the off-stump and wide signal by the umpire. So Maki certainly feeling the pressure immediately. Trying to stay away from the hitting zone of Kiana Joseph.
And yet again we see the captain, a fault of Janella Glasgow at the moment. We've not seen her using a full quota of boundary riders. There's only 2, and in the ending power play she's allowed 4. Especially to the likes of Kiana Joseph. I mean, you would want to protect the boundary as much as possible. So making use of your full quota of boundary riders, I think at this point is important.
Well, this is where you would need the advice of the senior players like the Colonel Jack to guide the youngster. And looking to hit this one, misfield there. And able to cross for 1.
Kiana moves into the nervous 40s now.
Yeah,
quick succession.
She has moved on to 41 of 33 deliveries, and in the process she has had some 7 fours.
Yesterday she had 29 from 19.
Yeah, so that drop catch of the first ball really
It's really coming back to haunt the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. Good delivery there by Maki, just squaring up Nerissa Crafton.
Yeah, not much pace there, but just moving the ball off the wicket slightly and beating the bat of Nerissa Crafton.
So good comeback there by Maki after conceding a boundary of her very first delivery. She has bowled 4 deliveries now and 6 runs. And this one again, outside the off-stump. Crafton really throwing the bat at this one, like they say, throwing the kitchen sink at this one. And this one has gone over the point, cover point region, down to the vacant boundary for 4. So
yes.
Good batting there by Nerissa Crafton.
Yeah, Crafton in a no-nonsense mood, striking at 300 at the moment, scoring 18 in just 6 balls, hitting 4 fours, doing the job for the St. Lucia team that is required at the moment.
Yes, just what the doctor would have ordered right now. Crafton really in a no-nonsense mood. And this is exactly the sort of impetus that you want in the back end of the inning. This This one white side out of the inside out. Is that the first 6? It has gone off. Good shot there by Nerissa Crafton, hitting over the extra cover region. And down to the boundary. It has gone over the boundary rope. Well, one would say for 6. So good shot there by Nerissa Crafton.
An excellent shot by Nerissa Crafton, and we spoke briefly on the power that she possesses, and exactly she's putting on display the first 6 there for the St. Lucian innings. For the past 2 games, the first 6 being hit by a St. Lucian in the tournament so far came off the bat of Nerissa Crafton, and we continue to stress that wicket of Ashley Edward was really a blessing in disguise, with Nerissa coming in and hitting 24 in quick succession.
Yes, 24 in just 7 deliveries, with 4 fours and 1 6. So it looks like Homer. Glasgow. Yes, 21 Janela Glasgow will be bowling her final over. She has really so 230 now. Wait, 230 for 4. Kiana Joseph on 41 and Nerissa Crafton on 24 of just 7 deliveries. So 230 with 5 overs remaining. Jad, certainly one would say 250 runs looks like it's certainly on the cards.
Yeah, that's exactly what we had predicted when Kiana started going. So she's facing up to Glasgow now. She's pulling this one to mid-wicket. Late response by Crafton, but she should get through for the single relatively easy. So the battle there of Crafton and Glasgow, 2 powerhouses for the team. Let's see exactly what would come out of this.
Yes, we saw the last over of Glasgow for the first time was rattled a bit. Let's see what her response would be in her final over. And outside the edge, flashing hard. This one is racing through the vacant third man boundary for 4. Like they always say, when you go hard, Jad. And getting a thick outer edge, no slip in place, and that ball just raced through the boundary for 4. So again, Nerissa Crafton continuing to do good work. 28 she has raced to of just 8 deliveries.
Yeah, Nerissa coming in at the right time and doing the job for her team. 28 of 8 balls. I think it's only 1 dot ball she had. just boundaries.
Yes, certainly just 1 dot ball in the 8 deliveries that she has faced so far. So a strike rate of 350. This one would be signal wide. So again, as we indicate, Glasgow, once she's put under pressure, she has not responded well afterwards.
Yeah, you could see she's feeling a bit of the pressure as well as the weight of the team at the moment.
236 for the loss of 4, St. Lucia. And wide down the leg side, really looking to stay away from the hitting zone of Nerissa Crafton.
Well, you could see the thinking behind the bowling, trying to push the ball across Nerissa Crafton, but ill-executed at the moment. But the thinking is there from Glasgow, which is good to see.
And she goes big. This one is up in the air. It has not gone all the way. And the fielder comes around from the mid-on region and takes a relatively comfortable catch. So Glasgow would be pleased with her effort. Finally, she has gotten a wicket in her 10th over. But certainly she would be happy to see the back of Nerissa Crafton. But Nerissa Crafton certainly has done her job. 28 runs of just 9 deliveries with 5 fours and a 6.
Yeah, the damage was done already, and Nerissa played a role brilliantly. She did exactly what was required of her at the time.
So it looks like number 8, Roylyn Cooper, one of the experienced players in the team, perhaps not as explosive as Nerissa, but Cooper has been around for a while. But what would be important with the batters coming in is to get Kiana on strike as much as possible.
No, Kiana hasn't been on strike for a while. She has just been watching the action from the other end, and usually when you don't face for a while, you get cold. She's been on 42 for the best part of 2 overs so far. So hopefully she could continue that concentration and finish off the innings well.
But in the context of the game, the sort of innings that Nerissa has come out there and play, I think Kiana, no doubt, she's been striking the ball well. So I think she should be pretty much focused out there when her turn comes to continue striking the ball as she has been doing. Inside edge.
Yeah, it's always difficult at that point in the game to come in and try to strike straight away. So I think Cooper's role now is to just rotate the strike, get a single, and give Kiana as much of the strike as possible.
So just one delivery left in the spell of Captain General Glasgow. Good shot there of the pads to get off the mark for Cooper. It's unfortunate for the St. Lucia team. Kiana Joseph will not be back on strike at the commencement of the 47th over. So after 46 overs, St. Lucia 238 for the loss of 5. Kiana Joseph on 42, and Roylin Cooper just came out in the middle, just with some free deliveries so far. She's won. So 238 Jadu. We're looking at 24 legal deliveries remaining.
I think the St. Vincent bowlers have been doing a great job so far, but I think the skipper just lost the plot a little bit because all of her experienced bowlers or bowlers that have been doing well have bowled a full quota of overs. That of Cordelia Jack, she herself has bowled a full quota of 10.
And Duran.
So now she has to revert to those bowlers who have been relatively expensive for the remaining 4 overs, and that's exactly what you would not have wanted. You would want your most experienced bowlers, your most capable bowlers to finish off the innings for you.
Yes, good observation there, Ja. I think Cooper would be best advised to get Kiana on strike as early as possible in the over.
Yeah, just look for a single.
Because that last delivery, perhaps she could have just run that ball down through Fudman and would have put Kiana back on strike very easily. And now she wants one, a hit, non-existent single. That would have been suicidal. She barely got back.
I think that was a bit of poor cricket on the part of Kiana. She needs to back up. She needs to be on strike at this point. So any single that's on offer.
The ball was struck to the best fielder, General Glasgow. So I don't think Kiana would have completed that single. Cooper needs to look to free her arms. With this sort of momentum, the team have only lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, keeping with the momentum that Crafton brought in, she has to step on the gas and play a role.
Or at least try to get Kiana back on strike as early as possible. But and this is the sort of pressure that is going to build. As you look at with just 2 legal deliveries remaining, if she gets a run now, it means that Kiana is faced with just 1 delivery. Or she gets a run in the last over, it means that she would be back on strike again. So certainly the Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper just needs to look for boundaries at this point. lovely shot down the ground, and they go through for one. A good bit of fielding there by the fielder at mid-on, putting in the dive. Number 22, it looks like Jafina Joseph.
82 is Jafina Joseph, one of the more experienced players in this St. Vincent team. I remember the name. She was around in 2019 when the tournament was last held in St. Lucia.
And so now Kiana has the final delivery to face. She has a lot to think about.
Good smart cricket there by Kiana, getting a single off the last delivery. So a relatively good over there by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, only conceding 2 runs.
Yeah, good comeback over there after that onslaught from Nerissa Crafton. And I want to praise the St. Vincent team. Despite being put under pressure, they're able to come back nicely. And after getting the wicket, put together a string of dot balls. And you could see that the pressure is swaying in both directions. So St. Vincent are not letting up and continue to apply pressure to the batting.
So 240 for 5 after 47 overs. So 18 legal deliveries remaining. Can St. Lucia get an additional 20 runs off 18? I think that would be good. 260 should be a good competitive score.
Yeah, I honestly believe so. And with games being entrusted again and not having bowled too well earlier, I think Kiana should look to target that over. And come back to my point about the skipper losing the plot with the ending overs there. I don't think Games would have been the ideal bowler to be bowling at that point in the game.
Yeah, because she has bowled 5 overs for 41. She's going at 8.2 and over. They should come back for 2. So 2 runs off the first delivery, first over of Games.
Yeah, that delivery was slow. Kiana had a long wait, but being able to cut this one for backward point for a single, for 2 runs, sorry.
So she perhaps pace off the delivery. She may have been instructed. And Kiana really missing out on this one.
Yeah, that's almost a free hit there from Games. There's literally nobody in the extra cover region. And just a bit of timing would have had that in the gap. And nonetheless, a single taken by Kiana.
So Cooper needs to either find a boundary or find a single.
I don't think that was a good single. I think Kiana should have tried to take as much strike against Games as possible.
At least she got off.
Good batting there from Cooper.
Yes.
Understanding her role in this partnership and just hitting this one to mid-off and taking a quick single.
So 4 runs off the first 3 deliveries. And this one is loose and Kiana gets the position quickly and hits this one through the backward square region down to the boundary for 4. And in the process, she has brought up her 50. So good knock there by Kiana Joseph, getting to 50 of 49 deliveries with 8 fours. And was there who hit the 6? It was Crafton. Yeah, so 8 fours really for Kiana Joseph.
Yeah.
With a strike rate of 131.
Yeah, good knock from your senior player. That's exactly what you would require. The fielder would drop that catch would be eating himself out at this point. Kiana was dropped off the first ball, but ever since has really put the bat to the St. Vincent team, having scored 50 of 38 balls, striking at 141.
Yeah, so certainly it turned out to be a really bad miss there for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. And hitting this one inside out, over the top. They've gone for one, should come back for a second. And they've completed 2 easy runs. Yeah, sort of 3 runs. And games certainly very expensive. Just completed her 6th over, and she has considered some 53 runs. So the observation that you made that if we can fault the captaincy of General Glasgow, is that she perhaps did not leave some of her more experienced bowler or even herself towards the back end of the inning and had to resort to the likes of Games, who has proven to be very expensive. 53 of just 6 overs. It is true she has picked up a wicket, but very expensive in the context of the game.
Yeah, but I mean, she's still young, and I guess that comes with the experience of being captain over the years. Entrusted with the captaincy, she will develop and learn. But all this cricket is for development, so it's good.
Yes, and in the process now, St. Lucia has brought up 250, the 252 for 5. So with 12 legal deliveries remaining, one would foresee St. Lucia getting to 260. So the bowler, Brian, coming across smartly, preventing any single. So Cooper, with only 5 wickets down, perhaps should look to throw the kitchen sink at almost every delivery.
Yeah, with only 1.5 overs remaining, at this point you're playing pretty much risk-free cricket.
Yes, 18 additional runs would get you to 270. Just as I said that she threw the kitchen sink at this one, got a thick outside edge, and the wicketkeeper unable to hold on to it.
Yeah, another miss there. The keeper standing relatively close, and this one had a bit of pace on it, and able to get her gloves around that edge.
So this brings Kiana Joseph on strike. I think just what the St. Lucia team would have wanted, to get her back on strike, face as many deliveries as possible. So we see a change in field. The long on has been brought in, and the good delivery there. Slight misfield, and the scamper throw for a single. So good awareness there by these two. Picking up every available single.
I think that might have been a miss there by Kiana, the ball angled into her pads.
Yes, with nobody out on the
leg side.
The leg side. Once she gets past the inner circle, 40-yard circle, then possibility of getting full value for that shot.
Good shot there by Cooper, and they go through for a single, and they come back for 2. A good bit of fielding there by Games at mid off, moving across nicely.
So 256 for 5. Short delivery there. Cooper perhaps should have done a little more with this one.
Yeah, I mean, with the pace on that, you could just get inside the line and hit it over the backward square leg for a boundary, because they did have both mid-wicket and square leg up inside the circle.
So final delivery in the Penultimate over. We drive this one powerfully. Get straight down back to Jafina Joseph. No run resulting. So at the end of 49 overs, St. Lucia 257 for the loss of 5 wickets. With 6 legal deliveries remaining, I think St. Lucia would want to get as many as possible, but importantly that Kiana Joseph is not on strike.
Yeah, I think that last ball, she really should have been scrambling for a single. Just thinking the cricket a little bit more, she needed to be on strike for that last over. Despite the ball going straight to the fielder, there needs to be some urgency to be on strike, being the batter striking.
And is it Games bowling the last over there?
Yeah, it looks like Games.
And clearly, she wanted to put Kiana back on strike very early.
Good batting there.
Good batting there. So with 5 deliveries left, legal deliveries left, that is, in the inning. See how many runs can Kiana Joseph get of the final over of games who have been very expensive.
Optimistically looking for 270, and they really need to be pushing hard for 2.
Bit of misfill out on the extra cover boundary there. And very sloppy fielding, one would say.
And not good running, because that ball was hit out to the extra cover and they were just strolling through. They really need to be putting pressure. The long boundaries and the square boundaries, and need to be putting pressure on those fielders.
So 260 for the loss of 5. And Kiana swings this one. One bounce over the mid wicket. Boundary for 4. So good contact made there by Kiana Joseph. Chad Goodman.
Yeah, there's good contact there from Kiana Joseph. A vacant gap there at mid wicket. And she was able to pick that gap nicely and get a 1 bounce for 4.
So with 3 deliveries left, 264 for 5. Can they get to the 270 run mark? And this one is full. Perhaps should have done a little more with this one. Just hitting it straight down to the fielder at the long on boundary for 1. So 2 deliveries left. Cooper needs to find the boundaries or at least get a run in the process, and hope that Kiana could clear the boundary in the last ball.
Yeah, 2 big hits would get them in excess of 270, which is exactly what we would have needed. Exactly what we were expecting.
So 266, last possibly final delivery. If Kiana could get this to the boundary, that would be a good psychological edge going into the dressing room. 270 runs. And this one is struck powerfully, resulting in only 1. They gone for 1, possibly coming back for a second. And again, you had Jelena Glasgow placing herself at the long off boundary. So 268 posted by St. Lucia in 50 overs for the loss of 5 wickets. So a good batting, one would say, Jad Goodman. Good competitive score.
Yeah, good end to the innings. We were a bit critical of Namaya Masley and Malika Edwards. Slow batting at the start of innings, but as we always mention, it's not how you start but how you finish. And Kiana Joseph as well as Nerissa Crafton was able to come and add the real sparks that the team needed to get them to 268.
Yes, 268 for 5, with Kiana Joseph finishing on 61 not out and Roylin Cooper on 12 not out. Or the valuable contributors, you had the captain Malika Edward, 62. You had Naima Masley, 68. And you had Nerissa Crafton, good fiery 28 of just 9 deliveries with 5 fours and 1 6. You look at the bowling attack for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. Janella Glasgow, she bowled her 10 overs. She had 1 maiden, 38 runs, and picked up 1 wicket. You had Cordell Jack, who incidentally bowled 11 overs, which should not have been, but she bowled 11 overs, 30 runs, 1 wicket. And also you had Cheyenne Games, was on the expensive side, 7 overs. She went for 64 runs and got the 1 wicket. These were the more successful bowler for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. So going into the halfway mark, I think certainly St. Lucia would be pleased with the effort of the bat, and they would hope that they could take that momentum back into the field when they come out to play Jad Goodman. How do you see it?
Yeah, and we mentioned yesterday about the momentum going into the break. Definitely the momentum is with St. Lucia. You could see the shoulders of the St. Vincent ladies a bit down. You could see the energy that was there at the start of the innings was faded away a little bit. So definitely the momentum is with the St. Lucia team, and I believe 268 it will be a daunting task, especially with the change of conditions here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
So at this point we are going to take a break for lunch, and we are going to invite you to join us in the next 35 to 40 minutes where we're going to resume our broadcast.
Now, I come, let me just drop that there. Huh?
Oh, we have the Black. Where that one? You still there? Maybe the bike keep first. Okay. That's quick. Run big one bad man. We're gonna give my cow water.
not cooler downstairs. It's very warm.
Ball. Go ball. Go ball.
I coming. Waiting. Waiting. Cleaner. I bet I in the background is one. No, I don't tell that.
L'année pour nous, va aller Lucia. Lucia against you. Or St. Lucia against St. Vincent. Ladies. So you want me to... He said St. Lucia's
Yes, welcome back to the Daransami Cricket Ground in match number 2 in the 2023 Windward Island Senior Women's 50 over competition. We're about to witness the reply of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team to the total of 268 scored by St. Lucia. St. Lucia did post a good competitive total, but yesterday St. Vincent scored 351 against Dominica. So welcome back, Mr. Jad Goodman.
Yeah, it's good to be back here to see St. Vincent and the Grenadines' response to that total set by St. Lucia. I see we have opening the experience of Jafina Joseph and Cordell Jack.
Two experienced batters, and yesterday you had Jack getting 85 runs.
So Jack opening the batting and contributing with the ball as well, bowling her full quarter of overs. So she really is putting her hand up as a senior person in the team and showing her experience. I guess St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be hoping that she as well could get a good start as she did yesterday.
So not a bad start there by Nerissa Crafton. First delivery was wide down the leg side, but pretty much on the money with 2 deliveries to follow.
Yeah, we see an opportunity created there by Crafton. Crafton being almost like an impact player, coming in and scoring 28 of 9 and opening the bowling, creating a bit of chances there. Hopefully she could get off to a good start like she did yesterday. The left arm seamer into the right-handed batter.
Certainly they're looking to make early inroads. A bit of pace and bounce outside the off stump.
And Nerissa is one of the quicker bowlers amongst the bunch. So you could see her extracting some bounce there in the wicket. We see both batters out here without any helmet. We've seen up to the opening bowlers. It's the first time we've seen that so far in this tournament. And I guess that just shows the confidence of those two out there batting. Nonetheless, Crafton comes in again. A chance created there for number 8. It looks like Roylin Cooper, but unable to grasp onto that one. So Nerissa Crafton creating the chance in her first over, but going to grass. Looked like Roylin Cooper, they're not able to grasp that one.
Must be a bit disappointing there for Nerissa Crafton, really putting in the effort. What should have been a relatively straightforward catch. Certainly went a big in there by Roylin Cooper.
Yeah, and that would have been the ideal start for St. Lucia.
Certainly.
1 for 1.
Remember, Kiana Joseph was dropped a not and she went on to get 61 not out. So the question is, would the let off of Jasmina Joseph cost St. Lucia in the final analysis? So at the end of the first over, just 1 run, and it was off a wide, very first delivery ball by Nerissa Crafton. So one would say a very good start to the innings by St. Lucia.
Yeah, a good start. They would have liked to avoid that extra, but nonetheless it occurred. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines 1 for 1 after the first over, and we have now Selena Ross, the young fast bowler who bowled 7 overs on the trot yesterday, coming back again to open the bowling here for our team. So Selena Ross really been put to the task in terms of physical strength from her captain, having bowled so many overs on the trot yesterday, coming back and opening the bowling today again. So I guess her skipper entrusts her with the opening spell, and she continues to deliver for her.
Certainly Ross had a good spell yesterday. Really couldn't take the ball out of her hands. 7 on the trot. She picked up some free wickets yesterday in the process. Correction 2 by our scorer. And this one angling down the leg side. This one coming off the glove or Cordell Jack down to the fine leg region, and able to pick up an easy single. So Jack is off and running. Got some 85 yesterday. I'm certain she was 85 from 86 deliveries, so almost a runner ball yesterday.
Ross coming into Jeffina Joseph leaving this one outside of stump. You could see Ross just running in gingerly, maybe just trying to get everything right, run up delivery stride and everything, trying to get it in order before looking for any bit of pace. She comes in again to Joseph. A short delivery on leg stump. Joseph swivels across and hits this one down to Fanley. They're going for a single. The fielder there at fine leg moving across swiftly and getting a good throw in, restricting them to only a single. So a good fielding there by the fielder down at fine leg.
So both batters getting off the mark.
We have Jax here getting yet another single, so relatively easy going so far for Jax. 2 of 2 deliveries, being able to rotate the strike nicely, but Ross not being able to get a line and length accurately at the moment. Too much leg side, allowing Jax and Joseph to get her way easily. And that's a better line. Ross comes in again to Joseph. Full delivery on middle stump. Brilliant stop there by Naisha Cherry there in the covers. Yesterday she had been doing a brilliant job there in the covers, and she continues the good work today. Preventing a certain boundary that one was timed nicely by Joseph.
Just good into the over there, putting in the dive, saving 4 runs for her team. So at the end of 2, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 4 without loss. Cordell Jack 2 and Jeffina Joseph on 1. So we see a similar pattern in terms of the scoring for the 2 teams. When St. Lucia batted, it was relatively slow start for them, and same here with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So it just shows you that the teams are almost evenly balanced.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the quality of bowling from our St. Lucian ladies yesterday. They were able to stay on the money throughout the innings and pick up wickets at crucial times. We have Crafton coming in to Jack, sorry, and Jack comfortably pushes this one out to the offside.
So a good tight bowling there by Nerissa Crafton, really not giving Jack any room to free her hand, and the ball are not the sort of length that she would just get on the front foot to drive.
Right,
so pretty much back of her length she's been bowling.
Yeah, you could see Jack's a bit cramped for room, not being able to free her hands, as you said. Crafton continues. Full delivery. Full delivery, Jack's throwing the kitchen sink at that one, but unable to make contact. And we see her appeal there for a run out. The keeper, Ashlyn Edward, throwing this one and trying to get Joseph and Jack run out, sorry.
So good tight containing bowling there by Nerissa Crafton. Really not allowing St. Vincent and the Grenadines to get out to some sort of a flyer. Keeping things really tight. Short ball again.
And so St. Lucia building up a string of dots there. Early doors into the game, but you could say a bit of pressure being built on Joseph and Jack at the moment, not being able to score as freely as they would like. Joseph facing the 10 deliveries already, and Jack facing the 6 deliveries. So tight bowling there from the St. Lucian bowlers.
Good stuff there by Nerissa Crafton. 1.5 overs, only conceding 1 run so far.
So you can say Nerissa is a genuine all-rounder, being able to contribute with the bat, and now coming in and opening the bowling.
Yeah, certainly. She had a valuable knock. 28 of 9 balls. So at the end of over number 3, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 5 without loss. Jack on 3 and Joseph on 1. So similar start to both the innings of St. Lucia and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Very slow start, one would say.
Yeah, relatively quiet start from both teams, and you see St. Lucia having a slow start, but they've been able to push on in the end. I guess St. Vincent and the Grenadine ladies would hope to emulate the same thing, or the star player Jack being able to get 85 yesterday, hoping that she could emulate that same knock today. You see some confusion there, a bit of confusion there. I was in the middle. Jack wanting the single, but Joseph turning it down, almost resulting in a mix-up, but nonetheless both of them remain at their ends, and no wicket was taken.
Yeah, slight mix-up in communication between the two. What should have been a comfortable single if Joseph was backing up. Now we see a change in the fielding. Nerissa Crafton has been brought up from the long leg boundary to a short fine leg here. And this one is up in the potential opportunity, and it's taken. First wicket for St. Lucia. Jasmine Joseph.
The big wicket of Jack.
It's Jack, really? Yeah. Well, like they would say, the big fish. Jack is out.
Yeah, that would be an ideal start there for the St. Lucian team, getting the star batter out early on in the innings, and Selena Ross again doing the job for the skipper. The catch taken there by Nisha Alexander.
Nisha Cherry. Number 10.
What she have on her? 19 or
Then
19. Right below.
19 is Patrick, so it's Cherry.
So early breakthrough there for the St. Lucia team. Selena Ross.
Who came in there? Alexander. Who came in there?
It look. So Kimon Homer has come in to join Jafina's Joseph at the wicket. And Selena Ross moving smartly to her right to field to her own bowling, shot mid-wicket. So St. Lucia will be very happy to see the back of Cordell Jack, the top scorer for St. Vincent and the Grenadines yesterday against Dominica. She had some 85 of 86 balls.
That's exactly what the doctor would have ordered for the St. Lucian team, and that's exactly what the skipper Malika Eros would have hoped from star bowler yesterday. Selena Ross was the one who was able to get the breakthrough for the St. Lucia team, and she does the same thing today. So the score 5 for 1, well within 4 overs. So a good start there from the St. Lucian team.
Good stuff there by Selena Ross, really not giving Homer chance to free her arms or to drive comfortably on the front foot, sort of back of her length, and really cramping up her space. Good bowling and good batting there. The end of a very successful over there for Selena Ross. An over in which she got the wicket of Cordell Jack. So 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs, 1 wicket. So good figures so far by Selena Ross, and good effort with the ball by both opening bowlers. Only conceding 5 runs of the first 4 overs.
Yeah, no, we saw the drop catch in the first over. So had that catch been taken, I believe St. Lucia would have been in an ideal spot.
There was a possibility of both openers back in the hut. But these drop catches are part of cricket. Kiana was one of the beneficiaries of that early on.
Yeah, we have Crafton continuing from the pavilion, and that delivery was a cut straight to Zeta James at backward point, picking this one up cleanly and preventing any runs from being taken.
Just a bit of width on offer on this occasion. Good cut shot there, but just unable to beat Zeta James at backward point. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the spot of border, one would say, losing Jack very early.
Yeah, St. Vincent being pushed onto the back foot relatively. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, sorry, being pushed onto the back foot relatively early into the innings, losing the big fish of Jack early on in the innings. I don't think that would have been the ideal start.
Certainly got away with this one, wide down the leg side. Jafina must be cross with herself, not getting bat onto this one.
Yeah, a little bit of baton that would have seen a definite boundary, because there's no one patrolling that fine leg or deep square leg area.
The appeal goes up. Caught behind him, Jafina Joseph. Ball, Nerissa Crafton. So good catch taken there by the wicketkeeper, Ashlyn Edwards.
Yeah, big edge on that one there. This time the catch goes to hand, and another wicket there for the St. Lucian team. 6 for 2, losing Jafina Joseph. So both openers back in the hut. Not the ideal start for St. Vincent, but excellent start. Excellent bowling there from the two left-hand pacers for St. Lucia.
Yes, excellent start to the innings there by St. Lucia. Seeing the back of Joseph and Jack. Joseph given a live in the very first over, but certainly did not capitalize on it. And in comes the captain, Janela Glasgow. Certainly needs to come and repair the early damage that has been done. I think, as one of the old Calypso would say, captain, the ship is sinking. So the captain is up to the rescue right now. Captain is certainly on deck now. Yeah. Needs to take charge.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the young under 19 captain, Janelia Glasgow. She would certainly want to remain at the crease and try to steady the ship, as you mentioned, for her team. But a lot of pressure on the young shoulders of Glasgow. So two wickets in quick succession for the St. Lucia team. Skipper Malika Edwards would be pretty elated with that start from our bowlers.
Most certainly. Two opening bowlers, both ripped success. First, Cordell Jack, and now Jaspina Joseph back in the hut. So you could hear the ladies out there supporting each other. Very vociferous out in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot of support out there, a lot of energy in the St. Lucian team. And I mean, if a start like that, why shouldn't there be?
Shot delivery there by Nerissa Crafton. Certainly giving Janela Glasgow a dose of her own medicine.
Yeah, Nerissa Crafton, as you mentioned, one of the quicker bowlers of the bunch, allowing Glasgow to, as you mentioned, get a taste of her own medicine, not really giving her too many half volleys early on in the innings, keeping the batter guessing. Glasgow up to face again, a short delivery, pulled down to mid-on. She was beaten for a bit of pace there, and not able to hold on to that short delivery as well as she would like.
So it looks like the end of another over. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have moved on to 6 for the loss of 2 wickets. Certainly in a spot of border. And the captain, Janela Glasgow, and Kimon Homer, will certainly needs to do a bit of repair work. They certainly need a partnership. We only completed over number 5, so plenty overs remaining, some 45 overs remaining, so there's more than enough time to bat. So they do need a partnership now.
Yeah, if they could just emulate what occurred in the first inning, just spending some time at the crease. That's important for a batter, especially with your team in a spot of trouble. Accumulating some runs, maybe facing a few dot balls, that's okay, but as long as you accumulate some time at the crease, that's all that matters. And the batting will get easier. You see Homer looking quite comfortable on the front foot. She's prepared to come forward to the left-hand pace of Selena. Is not expressed, but getting the ball up, swinging. But Homer at the moment is up to the task, looking quite comfortable on the front foot. Ross is in again. Another full delivery. Homer driving this one, but only able to get it as far as the skipper Malika Edwards with that extra cover. Another drive. So Homer not afraid to play the drive. Selena still continues to entice Homer on the front foot. And we know she's capable of getting that ball to move away from the right-handers as well. So maybe a setup in play there from Selena Ross. Lovely shot. You can hear a beautiful sound of the middle of the bat. Just speaking about getting that ball to go away from the right-hander, but a bad line and a bad lane from Homer was able to hit this one through the offside for 4.
Yes, well executed shot there by Homer. Selena Ross on this occasion shot wide outside the off stump, and Homer really threw the bat at it, just bisecting the two fielders, the one at cover and cover point, down to the vacant boundary for 4. So beautiful shot there indeed by Homer.
Another good shot from Homer, getting a good straight out and playing an on drive there through the mid-wicket area, only succeeding in getting a single. With that single, they bring skipper Janelia Glasgow on strike, facing up to her first delivery from Selena Ross. A good matchup here, the left-arm swing bowler against a left-handed batter. You know, we always talk about the ball going away from the batsman. It's more difficult to play, so maybe Selena Ross could pose a challenge here to Janelia Glasgow.
Glasgow again yesterday was among the runs. She got some 70 for her team yesterday. Good into the over there by Ross. Last delivery there to skipper Glasgow. She went for almighty heave. Did not make any contact. The ball went through to the keeper Edwards. So at the end of 6, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 12 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, that last shot there, a bit ill-advised from skipper Janelia Glasgow. If your team 12 for 2, I mean, you'd want to, as I mentioned, accumulate a little bit of runs, spend some time at the crease and see off the new bowlers. But a hoik across the line, she was brave in that shot, but I mean, she still had the crease. So.
Well, judging on what happened yesterday, Jack, Homer, and Glasgow were the main scorers. So Jack is already back in the hut. So with Homer and Glasgow at the wicket, Homer getting 58 yesterday and Glasgow 70. So the 3 main contributors in the match against Dominica yesterday in that score 351. So St. Lucia would really want to see the back of one of these 2 players, or even if not both of them, because they certainly are some of the main contributors to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team.
Yeah, I mean, Homer looks more than capable so far. With a short stay at the crease, she looks like she's a very capable batter and ready to put away any bad delivery that is dished up to her. But a full toss ball there by Nerissa Craft and a rare bad delivery, but Homer wasn't able to get this one into the gap.
Well, in the baseball terms, Homer needed to hit a home run with this one.
Yeah, I mean, when you get bad deliveries, it's important for you to put them away, but and that one wasn't. Hit straight to the fielder, they had extra cover.
Good delivery there down the corridor of uncertainty, just playing at this one. Lucky not to have gotten an edge. So Nerissa Crafton need perhaps to be bowling a few more deliveries consistently in that area.
Yeah, we see those deliveries on a good length outside of some give most batters trouble throughout both innings so far. Crafton continues a short delivery on leg stump. Homer comes back and pushes this one through square leg. In pursuit, it looks like Destiny Edward cutting this one to only two runs.
Short delivery on this occasion there by Crafton. So Homer not getting full hold of that short delivery, but was able to pick up 2 runs in the process. This one shot down the leg side again, and poor effort there by Ashlyn. Ball
Yeah,
able
better
to-
effort there required by the wicketkeeper. That ball just passing below her gloves. Has not been able to get down low enough.
So 15 for the loss of 2. Slow going there by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. The captain Glasgow yet to get off the mark.
You see a short delivery there from Crafton. Glasgow almost kneeling down to try to play that pull shot. Any bit of baton that would have beat the fine leg fielder for 4, but Crafton could consider herself lucky there with that delivery.
Certainly she was lucky to get away with that loose delivery. Still keeping the St. Vincent and the Grenadines captain on knot. So at the end of over number 7, 15 for the loss of 2. With Glasgow on knot and Homer on 8. The batters out so far. Jaffinas Joseph for 1 and Cordell Jack for 3. Both Crafton and Selena Ross have picked up a wicket so far.
So Selena Ross continues from the media center and she's coming into Homer. Back on a good length. Homer respects that delivery and puts it straight to the extra cover fielder, so no runs on offer there.
This last delivery there played into the short mid-wicket region. The bowler, Selena Ross, perhaps with a better effort, could have cut out the single. So the players putting a little pressure on her, but one had to take into consideration yesterday she had a long spell, and then following up today again. Perhaps a little too much is asked of the bowler. And this one is firmly struck past the short cover fielder, Malika Edwards. Races down to the boundary for 4. So what a way to get off the mark by the captain, Jelena Glasgow.
An exquisite cover drive there. Left-hander's favorite, beating Malika Edward on her left. And not one person moved except to retrieve it from the boundary. But nonetheless, a good shot there by the skipper, really stamping her authority there on Selena Ross.
Yes, good, powerful shot played there by Glasgow to get off the mark. Having faced previously some 5 deliveries. So let's see the response of Selena Ross. And this one one would say, an educational edge down through the vacant footman area for 4.
Yeah, still on this occasion, beating Janelia Glasgow, catching the outside edge, but there's no footman on the boundary. Footman is inside the circle, and this one beating the short footman and going into the boundary for yet another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries there for Janelia Glasgow.
So let's see what the response is going to be of Selena Ross after being hit for 2 consecutive boundaries. And she overcompensated this one and is fired down the leg side. She was fortunate enough not to have been punished. The ball coming from off the bat and trickling to the short fine leg. Nerissa Crafton, who prevented any run. Good delivery. They're asking the question.
An appeal for LBW there, but not out signaled by umpire Cuff, but that delivery maybe just a little bit too high. But at the end of the 8th over, the score 24-2. So a productive over there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines have been able to get 2 boundaries in a succession to the bat of the skipper Janelia Glasgow. I feel that that was the most productive over so far of the innings.
Yes, certainly it has been. So after 8-24 for the loss of 2. Current rate 3 and over. Good delivery there by Nerissa Crafton. This one just going across the body of Homer. Just fun the bat at this one. Played this one very lazily, one would say.
Yeah, another good delivery there, lifting outside of stump. I think that has been a feature of all bowlers throughout this tournament. Just beating the batsman on a good length on the 4th, 5th stump outside of stump. Crafton coming in again. A full delivery on off stump, driven nicely down to mid-off. A terrible bit of feeling there by Namaya Masler. This one going through her legs and going down to the mid-off boundary for 4. So Namaya, they're not really supporting her bowler. This one timed nicely by Homer, but better effort there required by the fielder at mid-off.
Yes, most certainly. The basics of the game. You need to have something behind the ball. And this was one of the cardinal sins that she committed, and the ball just went through her hands. Nothing to block it. And raced through the boundary for 4. And another spunking drive, and she really posed for the cameras. Short delivery there, and that was hit with authority through the cover region for 4.
That was hit with disdain, some would say, by Homer. Really dispatching that bad delivery there to the boundary for 4. So Homer really putting a good display of batting so far, being able to hit 2 boundaries in quick succession. I mean, the first one was a bit fortuitous, but nonetheless a good cricketing shot so far from Homer.
Good shot there by Homer. Homer looks at home out in the middle, really posing for the camera after she has played the delivery.
Yeah, and she's shown exactly why she was able to get a half century yesterday. These exquisite shots. I mean, a batswoman in form.
Yeah, she certainly looks very impressive. Based on what we have seen so far, I think St. Lucia would see the need to see the back of Homer very quickly. She certainly, if she hangs around for a lengthy period of time, she looks like she's capable of doing some serious damage. Short ball up in the air,
created.
and she had made amends for the one catch running to her right, and she has plucked this one out of the air. So Homer would be very disappointed, but I'm certain that Marsley would be extremely elated at her effort with that catch.
Yeah, a good recovery for that misfield early on in the over, coming across nicely to her right and plucking this one out of the air. We just spoke about seeing the back of Homer, and that's exactly what Crafton delivered there for her team. So a good all-round performance there in the field for St. Lucia.
Yes, the St. Lucia team would be buoyed with a dismissal of Homer. She certainly looked like one of the batters. If she hung around for a while, she certainly could do some serious damage. We saw she played a few really exquisite shots through the cover region. And certainly she is very compact in defense, very solid. Very much impressed with what I've seen of her.
Yeah, Homer looks to play within herself, and that delivery just maybe rushed her for a bit of pace and able to get a good contact with it and only succeeded in getting caught and mid off. But her outing so far showed the skill and capabilities of her with the bat, being able to get to 17, which included three exquisite fours.
Yeah, so a good end to the over there for St. Lucia. And Ross will continue into her 5th over so far. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, 1 wicket. So 2 of the main contributors for St. Vincent and the Grenadines in yesterday's game against Dominica, where they got 351. Cordell Jack, who got 85, is back in the hut. And Homer, who got 58, is back in the pavilion. So it's the captain, Janella Glasgow, who contributed 70 yesterday. St. Lucia would be hoping to see the back of her very soon.
The pressure continuing to mount on her shoulders with each wicket that is falling around her. You could see the swipe across the line there. Authoritative shot from Glasgow. Selena maybe just a little bit too friendly. But Glasgow up to the task and hitting this one over mid-on for yet another boundary.
Well, certainly Glasgow has signaled her intention. We saw the shot she played to get off the mark through the covers, and this one just pitch up, over pitch delivery, and did not need a second invitation to hug this one wide of mid-wicket towards what we would refer to be cow corner, and got 4 valuable runs for her team.
That change as keeper deploys a long on. It looks like Nisha Alexander, and they're patrolling the long on boundary. So with the intent shown by Janelia Glasgow, forcing a change in infield from skipper Malika Edwards.
Wide down the leg side, and keeper Ashlyn, for whatever reason, anytime she collects the ball, tends to have a throw at the stump. Really, I don't think it's a case where the batters are really out of the crease by any long way.
It doesn't look too professional.
Jad, you did a bit of wicket keeping?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
A bit back in my days.
So I think we may just hire you to do some work with the wicket keeper as a wicket keeping coach. Good, nice slower ball outside the off stump. Glasgow looking to punch this one through the covers.
But it's really not an easy thing to do. Wicket keepers really have a difficult job.
Jad, somehow the two of us have been doing the same thing, opening the bat and wicket keeping. So I think we could understand each other. I know it is a very difficult job. And this one, lofted drive. Would it go all the way? No. The chase is on.
Only 1 run taken. I think Glasgow expected that one to go into the boundary. 1 run. Yeah, so Janelia, I think, expecting that one to go into the boundary, but Roylin Cooper there had made off giving pursuit and holding it in. So only a single being taken.
Yes, a bit disappointing there by the pair out in the middle. I think skipper Glasgow, as you did indicate, perhaps thought the ball would have travelled all the way to the boundary, only resulting in just 1 run. So she moves on to 14. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 38 for 3. Still a lot of work to be done. Good bowling there by Ross, really attacking the stumps. And Byron just coming forward.
You could see if every dot ball or every ball survive, the skipper Genelia Glasgow gives a thumbs up to her opposing batting partner.
Before that last ball.
This one, Windward down the leg side. Lucky to have gotten away with this one. Yeah, but on this certainly could have resulted in 4 easy runs. So Ross into her 5th over. A bit on the expensive side, looking at the context of the game, going for almost 5 and over. This one is driven down. Good work on the miss in communication. The captain general Glasgow has not responded, Jad.
Yeah,
what should have been a relatively easy single.
Yeah, that was a poor bit of cricket from the skipper Genelia Glasgow. Almost a bit selfish, and you may put not taking the run of that last ball. The relatively easy single, the fielder they had made had to run across, dive, and get up, and the batting partner had already got to the other end and having to turn back. But nonetheless, both of them still out there at the wicket.
Unless the skipper felt that this was the last delivery and she really wanted strike. It looked like Brittany Edward, number 12. Destiny Edward. Yeah, sorry, Destiny Edward.
Yeah, Destiny Edward taking up the attack from Nerissa Crafton. Destiny was one of those under 19 players who recently came back from Trinidad representing the 19 Windward team. So from one good bowler to the next, hopefully Destiny could continue the good work started by Nerissa Crafton and Selena Ross.
So the skipper, Genelia Glasgow, certainly has a lot. This one edged down the leg side there, and the wicketkeeper Ashlyn Edwards really not putting in the dive. Slow to move across, and the ball went down through the vacant long leg boundary for 4. So not the best of start for Destiny Edwards, really.
Yeah.
Listen, the pressure that was been built by the likes of Nerissa Crafton from the southern end.
We mentioned about wicket-keeping being difficult, but I think we have to be critical there of the keeper, Ashlyn. Should have been a chance created at least to get a hand on that one.
Yeah, she's really slow moving across the leg side. It's on a short ball. And good run in there between these two. The fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary.
It's a bit too slow getting up and turning this one in.
Took
in Kufwa.
forever to release the ball, and in the process they were able to come back for 2 easy runs. So the score moves on to 45 now.
So Destiny really struggling right now with line and length. The first 2 deliveries were short of a length, and Genelia Glasgow hitting 1 for a boundary and getting 2 of the second, and just dishing up a full toss there. But Genelia Glasgow really looking in form of good intent, hitting the ball cleanly. Another bad delivery there from Destiny Edward. And Janelia Glasgow looks like she's in a no-nonsense mood at the moment, scoring 19 of 16 in that, hitting 4 boundaries already. So she's really taking the attack, maybe taking a lone attack to the St. Lucian attack.
Another wide there down the leg side there by Edwards. And yesterday, St. Lucia considered some 33 extras. And today we're in over number 11 and it's up to 7. And the St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the early stages of their bowling, they really did not give too many extras away.
Yeah, and that's one of the noting points of the St. Vincent innings. There were not many extras being bowled, and they were able to restrict run scoring of the batters. So far, Destiny Edward coming in and bowling 2 wides already. Another short delivery out tail leg stump. This time the fielder is placed there, I guess for that exact occurrence, and they go through for a single.
Yesterday, left-handed batter Janelia Glasgow, a lot of the deliveries are aimed more towards the leg. Now she's bowling to the right-handed batter Byron. Let's see what the line of attack would be. But she certainly has struggled in her first over, conceding some 9 runs already of just 4 legal deliveries bowled.
Full delivery there by Destiny, and with a better line delivery, better length, wrapping Brian on the pads. A valiant appeal there from the team but umpire Leo Amede, and just a shake of the head.
Certainly, Edward she's really struggling, and not only that, she's releasing whatever pressure that was created initially by the likes of Nerissa Crafton, who bowled her 5 overs for 14 runs, and she has not even completed her first over, and she has conceded some 10 runs already.
Yeah, she's really struggling at the moment to get a consistent line and length, but was able to finish off that over with a string of dot balls, so a good end to the over. Big over there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 10 runs being conceded. Not the best stats for Destiny Edward, and skipper like Edward would have to speak with her bowlers to try to maintain whatever pressure that was already built.
It looks like it's going to be a double change. We see Roylin Cooper, and Cooper yesterday was one of those bowlers who struggled
after getting the wicket of her first ball.
Her first ball, she got a wicket. Batter moving across and was bowled a leg stump. So one would hope that she can get it right very early today.
To note, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines 49 for 3 after 11 overs, and the run rate, a healthy run rate, higher than what St. Lucia had at that point in the game, 4.45. So if the rate continues, if Janelia Glasgow is able to get a good score, surely they're in contention to win.
But I think Janelia Glasgow certainly would be the key to the St. Vincent and Grenadines inning. I think if St. Lucia can see her back very soon, they would be able to put some more pressure on the team. But she looks very batting freely out there. And Ross not making a good effort getting the hand to it, but
not the best effort from the fast bowler they had made off.
perhaps
You see the skipper making the change straight away.
Perhaps the skipper realized that she just completed a spell of 5 overs, coupled with a 7 yesterday.
Usually when fast bowlers finish with their spell, it usually take a long break down at fine leg or third man.
This one just going across, perhaps lucky not to have been called a wide.
A good start by Cooper today, not getting the wicket out of the first ball like yesterday, but no extras so far. Hopefully she can continue the over in that manner, really getting the ball up a good length too. And to Janelia Glasgow.
So much better start today by Royland Cooper.
Gentle mediums of a relatively short run up, and there's a bit of lateral movement and going away from the left-hander base on my vantage point. So Cooper, a change of ends from yesterday, maybe making the change for her and doing good to her bowling so far.
Good tight stuff there by Cooper.
Despite the two of the first ball, there's been a string of dot balls to Janelia Glasgow, who seems like she doesn't really want to be bogged down by any bowler at this point. We might see as I was just about to say, we might see an expansive shot there from her, and she hits this one over mid-off for 4. So Royland Cooper not being able to close off the over well. 6 runs from that over, not a bad over, but the skipper would have liked to not consider any boundaries. But nonetheless, Janelia Glasgow, a great shot there over mid-off.
Yes, good shot. One just over pitch delivery, and she just cleared the fielder, the captain Malaika Edwards, and down to the boundary for 4. So good positive intent, and in the process, the last over, St. Vincent and the Grenadines bringing up their 50, 55 for the loss of 3 after 12. So Destiny Edwards.
So we have Destiny Edward continuing from the pavilion, and a good start, a better start to her over, getting that ball up and swinging to the right-handed Brian. So a relatively quiet start so far to that over, and good delivery on off stump, hit straight to mid off. The fielder comes across, unable to prevent the single. So Janelia Glasgow back on strike, and by Brian, that shot gets off the mark after facing 6 deliveries.
Almost a similar start to what Glasgow had. She started very slowly. I think she did face some 6 deliveries as well before she got off the mark. And since then we have seen her play quite a few expansive drives. I've gotten some 5 fours in the process in a score of 26.
So Janelia Glasgow really showing what she's capable of. She looks very content on the front foot and the back foot, being able to dispatch those short deliveries. And she's really showing why she was a cut above the rest and represented the West Indies in the Under-19 World Cup, along with Zayda James. The full delivery there on leg stump. Straight to the fielder down at flying leg, Nisha Alexander making a good stop. Glasgow would have felt that she missed out there.
Yes.
Full toss on leg stump.
Certainly, she missed out on a really nice juicy full toss heading down the leg side.
That's a batter's paradise there.
Pretty much help yourself. Full delivery. Fire not making a.
Yeah, Brian unable to make contact with that delivery. But Destiny Edward a better start, better line and length to her second over. And she overcompensates and pushes this one down the leg side. So a white signal there by umpire Leo Amede. Destiny really struggling right now with her line and length and not being able to hit that area on the pitch consistently. You see the skipper Malika Edward going up to that's exactly what you would want from your experienced players, just speaking to the youthful player and then providing some kind of insight and advice. Full toss there by Brian, hit straight to Naisha Cherry. They had extra cover. Naisha Cherry holding on to that, not making any mistakes. She has been feeling brilliantly in that area throughout the past 2 days, and this time taking a catch. So a breakthrough there from Destiny Edward, doing the trick for the skipper Malika.
Yes, good breakthrough there for the St. Lucia team. But Brian Red considers herself very unlucky in the sense that a full toss, she should have really put this one away. She was struck straight to Cherry, who took a very comfortable catch. So it looked like Duran is making her way to the crease, and the captain, well, the ship is slowly sinking, but the captain is very much on board. General Glasgow, 27 of 25 deliveries, and she has struck some five fours so far. She has looked very impressive out in the middle. She just needs somebody to give her the sort of support that will be required.
Yeah, at this point in the game, she's playing the captain's knock, but not getting any support from her fellow colleagues. The wickets falling around consistently, but she continues to play an aggressive nature, continues to put away the bad balls and look for runs where necessary. Cooper continuing to Janelia Glasgow. A full delivery, out swinging there. A full delivery on leg stump. Janelia Glasgow losing her bat, but still looking for the strike. They're trying to turn back for a second, but that might have been ill-advised. I don't think she would have had time make it. The fielder had the ball in her hands already. But a good delivery there from Ryan Cooper. You see that one moving away from the left-hander slightly. Janelia going down to a sweep, but only succeeding in getting a single down to fine leg.
So much improved bowling performance there by Cooper from what we saw of her yesterday.
Complete contrast to her spell yesterday. Yeah, she's really homing in on that consistent line and length on off stump, and you see Janelia Glasgow wanting to go down to her batting partner. I think she understands that she just needs somebody to stay with her and allow her to continue scoring the runs as she's doing.
Certainly she looks in very good touch. As Durant yet to get off the mark. Driving this one comfortably. Again, Glasgow wanting the single. So Glasgow very eager to be on strike. So perhaps what the St. Lucia team needs to do to starve General Glasgow of the strike as much as possible. So whenever she gets on strike, most likely she will be inclined to go for the big shots. Good shot.
Brilliant shot there by Durant, hitting this one down. Past mid-off, they go through for one, looking for the second, but there's a bit of miscommunication. But better throw. A better throw from the mid-off fielder would have seen Glasgow certainly struggling there to get back for that second. But nonetheless, Durant gets off the mark with that 2 runs. And you mentioned that Glasgow would want to be on strike. I mean, as a batsman in form, when you see wickets falling around, you tend to want to remain on strike, especially if the run scoring is easier for you.
So 62, 61 for. Oh, lazy effort there by Selena Ross, really. She definitely, with a better effort, should have prevented that run.
Yeah, much better effort was needed there by Selena. The ball passed literally next to her toes and not putting in the dive.
So Ross out there look like she's just going through the motion. Those 5 overs today and 7 yesterday. Look like it's taking a toll on her. She's not really moving. We're not seeing the sort of energy that would be required, despite the fact that her team is on top, one would want to think. Just whip this one off the leg. Goes towards the backward point boundary. The fielder, Crafton, comes across. And restrict them to just 2 runs. So the end of the over there by Cooper.
A contrasting spell there from Cooper today. 2 overs, only 11 runs. Much better for Royal Cooper today.
But the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team still going at a healthy rate. They are going at over 4.5 runs and over.
The wickets column is what's affecting them.
And the skipper Glasgow is hitting the ball, timing it quite beautifully. So it's just a question of she would need someone at the other end to support her.
Looks like Zeta James will be taking up the mantle from the from the pavilion end, replacing the pacer of Destiny Edwards. And so, first sign of spin today for the St. Lucia team.
Destiny with her 2 overs, she considered some 13 runs and got a wicket.
So she had a better second over. After picking up that wicket, I think skipper might have entrusted her with another over, but I guess Malika Edward has other plans. But the experience of Zeta James comes into play in the 15th over, maybe just a change of pace to these batters, because Genelia Glasgow looks quite comfortable. And
first delivery.
Zeta James gets the breakthrough. Umpire Leo Amidi gives this one out.
The batter still remains at the crease. Durant, perhaps not too pleased with the result, but the dreaded finger was shown. A good start there to the spell by James. Very first delivery, getting the wicket of Durant, LBW.
Yeah, brilliant start there by James with the ball. I mean, she didn't have much of a contribution. Unfortunately, ran out with the bat. But you know, as all-rounders, you have a second aspect of your game that you could count on when one does not provide for you that day.
So St. Vincent and the Grenadines certainly in a spot of border. 64 for the loss of 5, so they have lost half of the batting team.
Yeah, and the skipper Genelia Glasgow just standing at the other end, almost like the lone wolf.
So in the true sense, you could tell the captain that the ship is sinking. But the captain, Genelia Glasgow, certainly have other ideas. She would certainly need someone to stand up with her. So Jad, perhaps a good time to inform our viewers what has transpired in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines inning. St. Vincent and the Grenadines opening the inning with Jafina Joseph and Cordell Jack. And Joseph was Scott Edwards Bull Crafton for 1. Jack was Scott Alexander Bull Ross for 3. Homer Scott McLean Bull Crafton for 17. The captain Gillian Glasgow is not out on 29. We have Byron Scott Cherry Bull Edwards for 1. And Durant last wicket. LBW Zida James just introduced into the attack. Very first delivery, she was adjudged LBW by umpire Amidi. So at this stage, Jad, St. Lucia, like they would say, Lajan in charge.
Yeah, St. Lucia in a relatively comfortable position. I mean, if the start they had with the two pacers, Nerissa Crafton and Selena Ross both getting breakthroughs in their first spell, you could tell that it was going to be a difficult task for St. Vincent and the Grenadines going forward. Losing the batters, the key batters, Homer, who had a half century yesterday, Jack, who contributed with 85 yesterday, Glasgow still at the crease, but at the moment there's not much being done at the other end. So Glasgow just has to stay at one end and see wickets falling around. There's nothing much that she can do at the moment.
Yes, so good pressure being exerted there by the St. Lucia team. So far, with the exception of Roylin Cooper, Crafton, Ross, Edwards and James, they've all picked up wickets. Yes, so welcome back after the drinks interval. We have the new batter, Maki. She is out in the middle to join the captain, Chinela Glasgow, out in the middle. Maki yesterday in the game against Dominica only contributed 5 runs.
So St. Vincent really struggling against this St. bowling attack. I mean, the change of conditions, the change of team really proving to be a challenge for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. Yesterday amassing 351 runs, but almost 60, almost half the team gone. When half the team is gone already for as little as 64 runs.
So good bowling there by James, signaling a change in the field, bringing on the fielder from the long on boundary to long on. So good start there to the spell there by Zeta James, maiden wicket. So just come in and create a bit of pressure, replacing Destiny Edward, who had bowled 2 overs previously. So her replacing her for 14 runs. So just what the doctor would have ordered, not only to put a bit of pressure, but to pick up an early scalp.
Yeah, good start from Zeta, and that's exactly what you want from your senior experienced players, and she was able to get a wicket first ball. And now we have Kiana Joseph, another left-arm spin-off option coming into the attack. Kiana Joseph was one who had a half-century in the first innings. Yesterday she had 29 in relatively quick time, not out. So Kiana really putting up a hand for the St. Lucian team and doing a great job so far.
Yes, good useful contribution from Kiana Joseph yesterday with the bat on ball, and today we saw her with the bat early on. So I think her confidence with the bat should inspire her to bowl well again today. It's a good start by Kiana, bringing the captain Glasgow forward.
Forward, driving this one nicely to the extra cover region. I think Glasgow just realizing the importance of a wicket at this point, not really playing too much extravagant shots against the likes of Kiana Joseph. And Kiana loose delivery down the leg side, coming inside the line of that one and pulling it down to the final leg boundary for 4. So a terrible delivery there by Kiana Joseph, just releasing some of the pressure already built by her at the start of the over.
The clear description of buffet delivery, help yourself. Certainly with acres of room there, just had to make proper contact, which she did, and got herself 4 valuable runs. She moves on to 33 and the score 68 for 5. Glasgow perhaps not too sure of this one.
The clear tactic from the St. Lucian team, just get Glasgow off strike, and wickets are falling easily from the other end. So we see the mid-on fielder coming in, the long-on fielder coming into mid-on, I guess just to apply a little bit more pressure to Maki, who hadn't had a great game last game. Full delivery, Maki just comes forward and defends this one to the offside. Kiana coming in again to Maki. A short delivery, spinning back in sharply. Maki is equally up to the task and keeping this one out. So, despite the boundary, and just 5 runs coming off that over of Kiana. So a good start for.
Yes, good first over. Just one real loose delivery down the leg side. But I think a lot would ride on the backs of the captain Glasgow if St. Vincent and the Grenadines are to overhaul the score of 269 that is required. They're exactly 200 runs away.
We mentioned St. Vincent and the Grenadines keeping up with the rate. Scoring at 4.3, but the wickets column is what's demotivating for them right now. The weight of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team.
Go on, she's bold.
And the back of
She's bold.
Zayda James does a magic again with the left arm spin of the first ball of that over, getting the big wicket of Janilia Glasgow.
Yes, Janilia Glasgow looking to sweep this one. We're not certain if the ball came off the inner portion of the bat. We saw after the bat went through, the stump been rattled. So certainly St. Vincent and the Grenadines hoped may very well have gone with the dismissal of the captain, Janilia Glasgow. They're now struggling. 69 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, completely contrasting outings for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. 69 for 6 after 16, and we see Zayda James doing the work with the ball. As I mentioned earlier, being an all-rounder, she wasn't able to get much with the bat, but certainly contributing with the ball and doing a job for her captain at the moment.
So we see the wicketkeeper Boucher makes her way to the crease, and she'll be joining Maki. So certainly the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team would be up against it. I think they would be very disappointed so far with their efforts, having scored some 351 runs yesterday. But St. Lucia again, after having a good bowling display against Grenada yesterday, they were all out for 109. They would be hoping that they could perhaps repeat that sort of performance or even better it.
Yeah, and I think, as we mentioned yesterday, the writing is on the wall, because I think the hopes of St. Vincent overhauling that target rested on the shoulder of Janilia Glasgow and getting that wicket there. I believe that St. Lucia at this point is on top of this game.
Yes, I think if we listen very attentively, we might hear the fat lady singing already. And this one is uppishly. Just fell short of the captain, Malika Edward. But just looking at the new batter.
You could see her fielding colleagues giving her pressure there to get in, to make that catch. Yeah, I think Malika would be very proud of the way the ladies have gone about this so far, with the ball and with the bat. She herself has been contributing, and they have been working as a well-oiled unit.
Yes, certainly the coaching staff management would be pleased with the effort of the ladies so far. 2 good totals they have posted. And certainly they have been doing very well with the ball. So another maiden wicket for James. As you did indicate, she did not get too many with the bat. She did not get too many with the bat, but she would want to make amends with the ball.
Yeah, she's been doing a great job so far. She's really putting on a show here. I know Zeda has the support of her family here for today, so she's really putting on a display of cricket there for her family to behold. And we see Kiana Joseph continuing from the media center end, beating, it looks like, McKay in the inside edge, and by signal there by umpire Cuff, but 1.
That is, Boucher.
Kiana Joseph to Boucher. A good delivery. Just spinning past the outside edge. Flighted delivery, catching the outside edge.
Looked like a drop catch.
Keeper Ashlyn Edward having a difficult time there behind the stones. Might have been a difficult chance, and those thick outside edges can always be hard for keepers to make.
Perhaps with the score, the captain perhaps should employ a slip.
A slip if you've been aggressive. I think you should have a slip trying to get this game done as quick as possible.
So St. Vincent and the Grenadines really up against it. You're really putting in the squeeze on the St. Vincent and Grenadines team. Nobody is actually sweeping.
Yeah, it would be nice to see a slip be implemented. And I think in trying to wrap this game up, you need to be aggressive and ruthless, as you mentioned yesterday. The Australians usually, when they have a team down, you keep them down and don't allow any.
So the end of another good over there, completed by Joseph, 2 for 6. So the score is 71 for the loss of 6.
Zeda James continuing from the pavilion end. Good spell of bowling so far from her. Yet to concede a run of her 2.1 overs. This one hit hard by
Commentator's curse.
That one hit hard by McKay. Maybe just waiting for one to be tossed up and just hitting it straight back. Zeda maybe just overcompensating, bringing this one too close to McKay, and she's able to get this one over her head for 4. So the first run of the battle of Zeda's spell goes to the boundary for 4.
Yes, I think as you did indicate a little earlier on, I think the St. Lucia team should not take it for granted that the game is already won.
It's important to wrap up this kind of games very quickly. Give your bowlers, your batsmen a chance to rest and get ready for the next game. See another opportunity there.
Good effort there by James, diving to her left. A stronger side, but it was a difficult catch, got hands to it. Brilliant effort there by Zeta James. And good pressure there been exerted there by James and the St. Lucia team. 75 St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the loss of 6 wickets. And this one is outside the outside one is an appeal for a stump. But umpire in the perfect position said not out. So the end of the third over by Zeta James, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 4 runs. And she has picked up 2 wickets. And Vincent Grenadines 75 for 6.
You can see, and there's a bit of a lackadaisical energy around the fielding team. Going around, we're just going through the motions. At this point, you want to be as ruthless as possible, trying to get St. Vincent and the Grenadines skittled out for as low as possible.
See, Cooper is in short cover, pretty close to the bat.
Very interesting position. Noticeably today, less extras, and then yesterday only 12 being bowled so far, and what we've come up to 20 overs. So a good change from the St. Lucian bowlers being able to bowl consistently at the batters and making them play.
Boucher and Maki struggling out there to get the balls away. Boucher has faced some 14 deliveries and yet to get off the mark. So certainly it's a struggle for her out in the middle.
Yeah, very quiet going so far. Since the dismissal of Janelia Glasgow, there hasn't been much impetus or heavy run scoring.
Good work done there by Zeta James. Just as we had Janelia Glasgow being the life wire in the field, we could simply say that James is the life wire in the field for St. Lucia. So maiden over completed there by Kiana Joseph. So three overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, no wicket. So certainly these two are putting in a stranglehold on the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. Joseph and James.
Yeah, the left arm door really doing a job. A chance created there. And Selena Ross and Rodin Cooper continued to not put too much effort into the field, but
just after Ross completed her spell, she looks like she's just out there just going through the motion.
Yeah, that's not what you need from your fielding unit. You want everybody supporting one another. James continues right-handed. And Boucher coming into the line of this delivery and trying to pull it past square leg, but only succeeding in getting it to Rodin Cooper there. Again, hit straight to Rodin Cooper. So Boucher really finding it difficult out there against the bowling attackers Zeta James and Kiana Joseph. So far, she's faced 17 deliveries and unable to get off the mark.
Yeah, she's really struggling out there. Perhaps Cedar James needs to perhaps slow it up a little for her. She perhaps looking to bowl a little too quickly. Toss it up outside the off stump. And she's bowled. Bowled middle stump.
Comprehensively bowled there.
Certainly, Bushi has been taken out of her misery.
Yeah.
Faced some 19 deliveries and couldn't get off the mark. So Zida James certainly is doing wonders with the ball. Didn't do much with the bat today, but she has picked up her third wicket and has only conceded some 5 runs. So certainly did not come good with the bat, but she has put up her hands with the ball. So St. Vincent Grenadines was continuous, 76 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Yeah, good display of bowling so far for the St. Lucian team, but St. Vincent and the Grenadines really did not come to the party today at all. They bowled brilliantly. They were able to restrict St. Lucia to only 269 or 268, but with the bat, those that you expected to give meaningful contributions were not able to get going today.
So with the dismissal of Boucher, in comes Cheyenne Games. And in yesterday's game, let me see if we have any stats on games. Well, she was LBW Gilbert for 6 yesterday. She faced 6 deliveries and she was LBW for 6. So she did not contribute too much with the bat yesterday. Perhaps today is the opportune time to come good. Some 21 overs been completed. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 76 for 7.
Yeah, so just 3 more wickets there for the St. Lucian team to get this game wrapped up. Some may say that the game is in their hands and it's their game to lose.
Well, Zida James, believe it or not, impressive figures. She has bowled so far 4 overs and have only conceded 5 runs.
So McKay just content with seeing it out and waiting for those deliveries in her zone to hit. You saw she hit a boundary in the over before last of Zida James. So we know she's capable of hitting the ball, but she's at the moment she's just content with seeing Kiana Joseph and Zida James out.
This one perhaps height might very well be an issue there.
Yeah, it just might have been a little bit too high.
No doubt, I would say close to 6 feet. So I think height becomes an issue there. And this one is pulling the opportunity given. And Selena Ross.
Yeah, Selena Ross, they're not giving the effort that is required, not making too much effort to get that catch. She's really having a difficult time in the field today. Yes, Selena Ross definitely should have made a better effort to get to that a dive or something. Should have went to hand. A full delivery there from Kiana Joseph. Games unable to dispatch of it, but
short ball down the leg side. And chance for a run out. So good fielding there by James. Keeping the games at bay. Just dabbing at this one outside the off stump. The end of the over by Joseph. 4 overs, 1 maiden. 7 runs, no wicket. So certainly James and Joseph bowling very well in tandem, certainly keeping things tight between these two. And
yeah, they certainly applied the pressure as necessary, and as requested by the skipper, say that James is able to come in and get those wickets, and Kiana Joseph are there. They're not leaking any runs, so they're really working well.
James continuing to keep things tight. Good delivery outside the off stump. I think Maki probably thinks it's time to step on the accelerator.
Yeah, she won't stay there. I'm wondering.
She's just LBW missing a full delivery there. She looks a bit surprised, but she was looking to hit this one through the leg side. Completely missed a full delivery. Was struck in line, and umpire Amede did raise the dreaded finger. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they've gone to 77 for the loss of 8. So now it becomes, Chad, will St. Vincent get to 100 runs?
At the rate is going, it might be a mountain to climb, but they still have 2 wickets to get. St. Lucia still have 2 wickets to get, so anything at this moment is possible. But at the rate Zeda is bowling brilliantly, I think he's picking up her 4th wicket. So 4 for 5 spell of in the midst of her 5th over. So a brilliant spell of bowling there from Zeda James, really showing her class here today with the ball.
Well, yesterday she came good with the bat. Scored 78 yesterday, unbeaten, and today she has picked up 4 wickets so far. Yesterday, Kiana Joseph picked up 4 as well. She had an opportunity to get a 5-er, which she wasn't able to do. But with 2 wickets remaining, and Zeda is in her 5th over. Unless there is a bowling change, there's a strong possibility that she could get a 5-wicket haul. I think Jack, from what we have understood, has been the only player with a 5-wicket haul in the 2 games so far.
Yeah, it will be a great achievement for her. She would be ecstatic being able to contribute that significantly with the ball.
So just
James comes in. The new batter gives a chance created, falling just short of the middle fielder. And a single taken there. So chances being created of the bowling of James. And just freeze that ball away.
bat missed there by the keeper. Ashlyn certainly has not been on top of a game.
Yeah, just coming up a bit too early, and this one sneaking through her pads by signal there by umpire Leo Amede. No. So St. Lucia inching closer to victory, just remaining 2 wickets to get. He would love to wrap it up as quick as possible.
Again, this one just passing the outside edge.
Yeah, Kiana really challenging the batters, but not being able to get a solitary wicket as yet. Spoke
And
too
it
soon.
looks like she's bowled.
This one just sneaking through the defense of Games, and she's bowled without trebling the scorers. So that just takes St. Lucia one wicket closer to yet another victory.
And a convincing victory, one would say, at that. Yesterday, St. Lucia registered a 183 run victory. 184, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're still trailing by 189. So certainly it could be two massive victories there for St. Lucia if they're able to get this last wicket Bentic very cheaply.
Yeah, St. Lucia just showing their class with both the bat and the ball, this time dominating over St. Vincent. We thought that it would have been a rather exciting clash today, but St. Lucia just running over St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the moment. So we have Bentic coming into bat, the last wicket. She didn't have a good time with the ball today. Hopefully, I guess the team is hoping that she could contribute with the bat.
So Bentic really was able to keep on going at this one outside the off stump. Tantalizing delivery there by Kiana Joseph. So Cedar James has a chance in this over. So wrap it up and most importantly get her 5th wicket.
Yeah, Cedar James would be hoping to get that 5 wicket haul. I think it would be a great achievement for her, contributing with both bat and ball in successive games. So the chances are being created by Zeda, and the fielders just need to be in a little tighter. Another opportunity being created there at mid-off, but the fielder hanging back.
So good tight pressure continued to be exerted there by the St. Lucia team. James in particular. And this time around it should be all over. And Zeta Jim picks up her 5th wicket. She's pushing this one gingerly out to short cover where Kiana Joseph took a relatively easy catch. And the St. Lucian team, they are in jubilation, bowling out St. Vincent and the Grenadines for just 79. A massive victory again by the St. Lucia team, winning by 189 runs.
Yeah, an emphatic victory there for St. Lucia. 2 in 2 days, being able to skittle out St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a minimal 79. A great display of bowling there, a good bowling there from Zeta James, and you could see how much it meant to her getting that 5 wicket haul. You know, her family is there supporting her, and they've always been there supporting her, and being able to put on that display of bowling there today was excellent from her, from Kiana and Nerissa Crafton as well.
Yes, certainly a good bowling effort there by the St. Lucia team. If we take a quick look at the scorecard, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team only 2 players able to get into double figures. But we look at Jasmina Joseph, caught Edwards Bull Crafton, Cordell Jack, caught Alexander Bull Ross, Homer. She was caught Maslin Bull Crafton for 17, and the captain Janela Glasgow, she was Bull Zeta Jims for 38, and afterwards nobody else got into double figures. You're looking at Byron was out, caught Cherry Bull Edwards for 1, Durant LBW Jims for 3, McKee LBW Jims for 6, Boucher was Bull Jims for North, Games Bull Kiana Joseph for 1, and you have the final wicket. Daniela Creasy was caught Kiana Joseph Bull Zeta Jims for 1. So certainly poor batting display there by the St. Vincent and Grenadines team. After scoring 351 yesterday against Dominica, they would have fancied themselves perhaps to overhaul that total scored by St. Lucia of 268.
Yeah, I mean, after losing the experience of Jack early on in the innings, it might have been a difficult task for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. We saw a bit of a counter punch from skipper Janela Glasgow, hitting a couple of boundaries, but then fell to Zeta James and Homer. Homer had a few good shots, looked really comfortable at the crease, but then fell. And apart from that, there really wasn't any meaningful contribution to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines total.
So St. Lucia, 2 from 2. The partnership really was of note, would have been from Homer and Glasgow, but really, truly, that the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they really was not up to it when it comes to the batting in particular. When they bowled early on, the first half of the inning, after 25 overs, St. Lucia had not even scored 100 runs yet. So certainly it was a good bowling effort by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team in the first half of the innings. But then we saw some good batting by Kiana Joseph towards the back end, and as you did indicate, that perhaps the Janela Glasgow used her more experienced bowlers, including herself up front perhaps a little too early. And the lesser bowlers, so to speak, had to bowl in the back end of the inning where the likes of Kiana and Nerissa Crafton really capitalized. So perhaps going forward, this is one of the things that she perhaps needs to take into consideration. But all in all, it was a good clinical display by St. Lucia with both bats and then with the ball.
Yeah, as we mentioned, these kind of tournaments are for the development of players, and I believe Janela Glasgow showed that she is capable of taking on the role of a leader. It's just certain things that needs to be taken into consideration, and as you go on in your career, you learn these things. You go from strength to strength, and kudos to the St. Lucia team, but unfortunately they were just better than the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team today.
So we had the battle of the Saints today, St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia came up and dropped. So tomorrow is going to be a rest day in the tournament, and we're going to resume on Wednesday, where we'll have the game St. Lucia versus Dominica, which should be at 9:30 in the morning. So on behalf of Jad Goodman, my fellow commentator, the scorer, Rodal Cox, and the technical personnel, I'm Greg Wilson signing off, asking you to join us on Wednesday morning.